Recording in progress.
Oh, okay. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Climate Action Commission for Thursday, January. Hey. Thursday, January 8th. Shelley, can you please take the roll call?
Atchley, Baker, Edminster,
Here.
Ellicamp, Gardy,
Here.
Peters,
Here.
Shribs.
Here. Wait 1 minute.
Baker present.
Okay, thank you everyone. We have 4 things on the agenda this evening. The first will be a presentation from Cool Petaluma that will be followed by general public comment. I have 1 speaker card. If you wish to make a general public comment after the Cool Petaluma presentation, please fill out a speaker card. With that, I'd like to invite Deb up from Cool Petaluma.
How about now? There we go. Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, commissioners. So I presented to you all in December, and basically what I'm here to do this evening is introduce that we're going to be doing this on a monthly basis, is updating you on the activities that we have going on, so that we have more ongoing communication about what we're up to, then you all can be more prepared for the things that are coming that relate to you and to our greater community as it relates to climate action. So in December, we reported on our community engagement work around the blueprint for carbon neutrality. And that included outreaching to over 100 community experts and community leaders. And so now for 2024, our work plan includes building off of that work. And so what I wanted to do tonight was just talk about what's going to be coming up over the next month that I think you guys will enjoy hearing that is happening. The first is we're going to be rolling out task forces over the next month. All those people that we engaged around the blueprint, we have organized all the topics within the blueprint really relate to the work that we do. As we mentioned in that December meeting, we translated a lot of the document into what we call Speaking Human. And those Speaking Human topics actually are the blueprint. So just to always remind everybody, our 5 topics. The first one is emergency preparedness, which relates to climate resiliency. Then the next 4 are directly related to the carbon neutrality elements, which is our second topic is rethink consumption, which is the blueprint's resource consumption action plans, which includes like the food systems and grocery strategies. For our second topic, transforming transportation, that one relates to transportation and land use action plans. For our improving buildings, it's about clean energy, buildings, and water. The last one is restoring nature, which relates directly to the blueprint's natural systems and sequestration action plans. And basically our piece and all of what we see as our piece is the community engagement. How do we take this work and translate it into action for the community? And so these task forces are really helped to engage our experts and our community groups in their expertise, their resources, and trying to eliminate that duplication of efforts as we really engage our community in climate action and focus the key players on the shared goal. And that shared goal is creating education campaigns as they're outlined in the blueprint to to really identify measurable, actionable, and easy to understand campaigns that our community can get involved in as they relate to those 4 of 5 topics. And so those you'll be hearing about a little bit more over the next month. But the next piece is we're hosting our first of 4 quarterly roundtables. The next one will be the week after, Friday, February 23rd from noon to 1:30. We hope you all can attend. You all should have gotten your invite. It's really open to anybody, but it's the idea is that it allows our unrelated organizations that don't typically see themselves as climate oriented to see the connection between climate and their causes, and then how, basically how we continue to enroll everyone in the larger movement towards climate action. We have a block leader training. That one's not until March, but I really want to make sure that you all have the opportunity to save time on your calendar and participate. Councilman Shribs is one of our block leaders, organized his block. It's a really great way, this is really the core of our program, as you all know, is we train people to go and knock on their neighbors' doors. They get to know their neighbors. They create their emergency preparedness list for when that emergency happens. They have their go bags, and then they go through those 4 topics. So the next one is on Saturday, March 23rd. It's from 1 to 5, and it's going to be in the Casey Community Center. And so if you are not able to attend, we do hope that you and really encourage you to invite others that you know of that might make good community leaders for their neighborhoods. And then last, I just want to, if you hadn't seen the news, butter and eggs, the topic this year is greener pastures, sustaining Petaluma's future. And what an exciting opportunity for us to really highlight basically the work that we're all doing around really helping our city participate in reaching our 2030 goals. And so we'll be collaborating with the city and the Petaluma Downtown Association to maximize the impact and the opportunity that it provides to outreach to all those people that come to Butter and Eggs. We're so excited. And so some of the really fun things that came out in our most recent meeting is how rad would it be if it was all electric trucks pulling all those floats. So we're going to try to do a community engagement and campaign. We're not really sure about that one yet, but we love the idea of asking everyone with electric trucks to come and donate their time and pull a float, but we'll see if that really happens. But there's lots of fun other things that are happening, which is really making sure that as low a footprint as possible is happening in, say, the beer garden, so that they're using reusable cups. And the Downtown Association is really excited to be working with us on it, and we're excited to have everyone be a part of all of that. And then the last thing I just want to mention, I'm wearing my visible mending this evening. If you have a sweater that has a hole, it's a great way to not throw it away and actually fix it visibly, or you can do invisible mending. We're partnering with Blue Zones for the second Monday of every month. We have a mending circle that is, you don't even have to know how to do it. But it's a great way to show up with your socks that need to be darned, or your sweater that has a hole, your t-shirt, your favorite t-shirt, and you can learn how to mend your clothes. So I thought I'd share that fun little tidbit. Anyway, so thank you all for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to being a part of this every month.
Thanks. Does any commission member have any brief comments or questions from the presentation before we move on? Councilmember Shribs?
Well, I was just thank you for all the work you're doing and adding more opportunities for what Cool Petaluma is doing for us. You talked about getting big trucks, EV trucks to kind of pull things. How about getting 2 cargo bikes, EV cargo bikes, to pull one of those things along the way? So I would do that. So yes. So if we have a smaller float that we could actually pull, because there's actually videos out there of folks pulling things with their EVs, smaller vehicles.
Thank you so much. Just a tangential comment. So in my professional capacity, I work with local elected officials in Napa County, and one of the council members in the city of Napa once put on a kind of a resource fair for transforming homes and making them greener. And I thought, hey, I know of a great local organization, Petaluma, that did something like that. So I was able to connect this council member with Natasha. And so they met and they're sharing information. So it just shows how the work you're doing is inspiring others and leading the way, and hoping to replicate your success all over the region. So thank you.
Next up is general public comment. The public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the Commission's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Shelley, did we receive any comments prior to the meeting?
Not prior.
Okay. And I think we did, everyone received the email comments, right? And I have 3 speaker cards here. The first speaker is Paul McGavin.
Thank you, Chair Peters and Commissioners. I know that Petaluma is a great city. We are a well-educated, enlightened, and tolerant community that strives to do the right thing, which is evident in the work of the Climate Action Commission. My general comment tonight is about how a commission, any commission, can best decide policy in 2024. It is often difficult for even well-educated people to discern verified truth from science fiction, nonsense, or outright lies. The fact is that humans are hardwired to accept as reality what they hear repeated frequently enough by sources that they deem reliable. Unfortunately, with the 2012 Smith-Munn Modernization Act, for a dozen years, it has been legal for mainstream U.S. media to publish, post, and broadcast propaganda to U.S. readers, listeners, and viewers. We have to conclude such content is not reliable. In addition, censorship is rampant on the internet. Your Google search, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and all platforms severely censor. Only certain dedicated citizen journalists that show up on Rumble or CloutHub or some other free speech platform are successfully giving you accurate information. That makes people, even very intelligent and conscientious people such as yourselves, susceptible to psychological operations of propaganda designed to convince them to set policies that go against the self-interest of Petalumans, we the people, in order to serve some noble-sounding greater good. This is the basis of collectivism. This is a problem for freedom. Therefore, any climate change policies need to be considered in the immediate context of 2024. Since 2020, the U.S. government has spent over $20 billion to create an invasion of tens of millions of illegal immigrants into our cities and across our borders. At taxpayers' expense, the U.S. government has built camps in Panama and in other countries, built bridges to cross rivers, paid for luxury buses and plane fare, provided free housing, ongoing monthly assistance of $2,000 per month per illegal immigrant, and is allowing these immigrants to vote in 2024. In May 2024, a few months, the World Health Organization will be attempting a power grab over state sovereignty in its proposed Pandemic Preparedness Accord and amendments to its international health regulations. The Climate Action Commission needs to carefully study the, quote, nice sounding but manipulative language of the United Nations Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals to discern that it's not in Petalumans' best interest to adopt these policies consistent with that agenda. Agenda 2030 is an inventory control plan that includes 24/7 surveillance, control of people, animals, and natural resources via digital ID, programmable tokenized currency, and social credit scores, the very tools used to create the digital prison of the so-called 15-minute city. This is not American. It is
Mr.
Chinese
McGavin,
style
your
to
time is up.
totalitarianism, plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGavin. The next speaker card I have is Dwayne Bellinger.
Good evening. I would like to start out by commenting that the correct solution is not included in your list today. So I'd like to talk about the solution to climate. And the primary solution to climate is to stop subsidizing automobiles, stop subsidizing carbon use. But automobiles primarily is what irritates me most. The $600 a year the state of California spends is estimated to subsidize automobiles. The $2,000 a year per automobile we spend subsidizing automobiles federally. We should be taxing gasoline to pay the full cost of what society suffers as a result of gasoline use. We should be charging like European fees to $4 a gallon to do it, which only takes out of profit of the oil companies. That the Europeans don't pay more for gas than we do. They pay less per gallon for gas. They pay more taxes at the pump to pay for all the damage automobiles do. So I'm talking about this. Now, if your group here wanted to do something about this, somebody would object to the jurisdiction, that you guys don't have the jurisdiction to call for a tax, citywide tax on gasoline. You don't have the jurisdiction. But I would point out that the jurisdiction of right now, what we could be home watching is today's Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court is ruling on an issue before it as to who can be president, making decisions about gasoline, making decisions about climate change. The Supreme Court's making that decision. But if you read 14.3, the Amendment 14.3, it says with just about 8 words that the court doesn't have jurisdiction. Only Congress has jurisdiction over who can be president for disqualifications only. Read it. Just read it. It's only half a dozen words. So jurisdiction, if you're doing evil in the world, jurisdiction's never raised. They should be raising right now in the Congress and in the Supreme Court, saying they don't have jurisdiction. You people may not have jurisdiction to put a gas tax in, but you can advocate for building the gas tax in anyway. I mean, if they can ignore jurisdiction to do evil in the Supreme Court, you could certainly ignore jurisdiction to do good here in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellinger. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Does anyone have any clarifications or corrections to the minutes? Okay, the minutes are deemed approved. The next item, number 3, public hearing and matters for consideration. Patrick, do you have a staff report on this topic?
I have a brief introduction, and then I think the bulk of the discussion will be how well we did receiving the Commission's comments and whether there are any changes needed. Just as a really brief refresher, at the last meeting in January, there was a quite lengthy discussion about the cornerstone actions of the blueprint for carbon neutrality and related to how the Commission, the Climate Action Commission, would provide its comments to that document, as are other commissions and committees providing their comments as well in tandem here. So at that discussion, our other staff members and our consultants from the Ramey and Associates group that's working on both this and the general plan update broadly. We're taking copious notes. We met in the interim to discuss the feedback that we received and compiled the document that was included as an attachment to the staff report. In that document, the first column is the cornerstone actions that we received from the Commission, and the second column is our interpretation of that feedback that we received. There was kind of a desire from the Commission at the time to augment what was in there and kind of expand some of those sub-bullets, like one action, cornerstone action in there had, multiple sub-actions within it. So kind of expand that out and just kind of separate where need be. So that's why it expanded from those 19 or 20 to almost 30 cornerstone actions. So at this meeting, this is what we're requesting is from the Commission to provide us feedback on whether that summarizes the consensus or at least the majority of the commissioners present in terms of the feedback that it wishes to provide on this subject. And if not, what needs to be changed so that hopefully we can get this issue behind us and get that feedback included with all the other hundreds of comments that Raymond and Associates has received on this as we move towards a final document that council can consider. So with that, our team is here present, ready to hear more feedback if there's changes needed, or if we knocked it out of the park, we'd love to hear that too. So thank you for that.
Thanks. I guess, does anyone have a burning desire to go first? Otherwise, I'll start with Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so I've first off, I'd just like to let you know that I just came back from a trip. Spent 3 weeks on a cruise ship looking at a couple different countries, Caribbean, Panama, and the Guatemala. And just to give you an indication of my biggest takeaway, the what we call country roads that are potholed, they call superhighways. That's what basically the condition was in several of these countries. So we are living pretty luxuriously and wealthy compared to most folks out there in the world. So that was a big takeaway, and even pockets of, shall we say, extremely wealth right next to slums. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that forward, just perspective, what I'm coming back with from this trip. So anyway, one of the things that I know, thank you, Paul, for bringing forward. You wrote a nice long letter with lots of things. And I did research several of the links. I went into that and looked at those. I have to tell you that I do agree with some of the things you say, but I completely disagree with some other things that you say. So, which is pretty fair. There is some of the things I do agree with, what Mr. McGavin has presented in his arguments now and then in the past. I assume you're Paul G., right? Yeah, okay. So in the past, one of the top ones was looking at, make sure that we have cost effectiveness. There's a thing in here where we actually have a team that looks at whether or not the balance between cost effectiveness, cost, benefit, risk, comparing the cost compared to doing other things besides spending $500,000 million on electric bus. So there is a team that needs to be looking at that, whether it be us or a new team that needs to be done. So but that's in here. But it's a couple different places. There's like 2 or 3 different teams that are being promoted here. There's a staff team that's being promoted. There's a support, stakeholder group. There's a outside committee that's being in here. So, and then there's us. So there's like 4 groups that are being formed within this document being requested, besides a few other things. So maybe this committee does all of that or not. So, but I would suggest we look at how many different committees we have working on this and where we move forward. Everybody's moving forward together. I think that's one of the things that comes out clear. But definitely that one group, whether it be the stakeholders or us or another group that actually looks at the cost effectiveness of our things and make sure that we're spending money well, the biggest bang for the buck there versus whatever else we're doing. One of the things that Paul brought up was the immigration, and I would like to emphasize that the number of people that are crossing a border now, it's gone up from 500,000 to 1 million to 2 million this last year, I think, and expectations, unless we do something, shall we say, inhumane and drastic, is going to turn into about 5 million people within the next 10 years, is my expectation. So immigration is coming, and so we have to be that's one of the adaptations we need to work on. People are going to want to move here. So we need to look at population increase, particularly from, shall we say, third world immigration who are moving away from climate change issues, whatever it is, whether it be the high heat they're facing, their wetlands are being removed, their fields are being inundated with floods, rainfall, whatever. But there's the reports that even the IPC says there's going to be anywhere from 1 to 2 billion people on the move in the next 20 years. So we need to be thinking about that as part of what we plan forward here in Petaluma for increase in population from that particular immigration movement that is going to be happening.
I guess,
Yep.
not to cut you off, but I guess the intent of this item on the agenda is to approve or approve with modifications this table. And so I think, you know, the concept of the multiple groups, perhaps it would be best to discuss and unpack that and come to a consensus and then move on. So I don't know if you want to hear from the consultant and have a discussion and the number of groups and maybe
Do you want to go section by section? 'Cause as I said, I've got a few comments on several things going on down the line.
Yeah, I figured it would be productive to sort of
just go one at a
by
time.
one, and
that would be fine.
Yeah.
So the first one is just the number of teams and groups that are being proposed through the cornerstones. And so maybe looking at just making sure that we look at the accounting of how many people are now going to be engaged in these actions, and whether or not we can be a little bit more efficient about the number of people and groups that are engaged, involved. Because what you've done in the transitioning of these comments, you've actually put in not exactly who's going to be doing this, but there's lots of actions by people, a lot of organizational things that are happening, and as cornerstones and as first steps, which is good for organizational, but there's almost too many people getting engaged, involved, and not sure who's going to be doing what in each of these groups and how much crossover there is between them. So I just want to make sure, I would like to see that cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah. And I think it'd be a good idea sort of to go row by row through the different actions. And so we're still on one in the staffing strategy, and it intersects with a couple others, but perhaps we could just come to some agreement on item number one here and what exactly we intend by that and how that might impact the different groups that we're contemplating.
Well, if I may, good evening, Commission. Eric Yerkovich, Principal at Ramey & Associates. Just to respond to the Vice Mayor's comments, there are a number of groups identified. One of those is a climate team internal to city staff. So that would be using the resources of the city to further the climate vision. One of the groups was, and one of the groups relates to action number 2, which is kind of a stakeholder group, which was a recommendation of the CAC ad hoc last time to work with city staff who are already doing their budgeting, who are already looking at implementation through their existing programs and work plans, and then to kind of work with outside individuals within the community who can bring their expertise to help identify opportunities to fund and implement those programs going forward. And then the third other group is an internal task force related to building codes, which is called out in action number,
I believe it's now 18.
Action number 18. Thank you, Patrick. That's, again, another group that exists internally. It's a task force that already is looking at implementing codes at a staff level, and it's really to help them coordinate this work around climate as well.
Yeah, there's several, going through it, several who's going to do what. So on 4, who's going to monitor the progress, we or somebody else? Number 6, accelerate the city-owned actions. That's all infrastructure. But in 7, again, you have stakeholder groups being mentioned there to work with them. Now, they're going to be the same stakeholders and stakeholder groups in the first stakeholder group, or is this the second stakeholder group?
Does everyone else agree that sort of sticking to item number 1 might bear the most fruit, at least from a time perspective? So I appreciate that item 1 is sort of vague, I guess, in terms of a staffing strategy. It is pretty clear, I guess, in number 3 that is the climate team within the city staff. So Is everyone comfortable with the language of number 1? Do we want to add more specificity there, or? Yeah.
I'm generally fine with it. The only thing that kind of struck me a little bit was the discussion part, where it says the intent is to ensure staff culture is permeated with a climate sensibility. I don't think that's actually the intent. I think the intent is to, drive implementation. So that would be nice to get that correct. Because I think what we've seen up to this point is the community pushing the city, to act. And now the city's going more and more like, yes, we're acting, we're moving, and so what we'd like to get to, whereas the city is leading, in partnership with the community. So anyway, I think that discussion could be reframed. And it's important to do that, I think.
I guess from a format perspective, the discussion column is sort of more for this meeting's purposes than to live in the Cornerstone. So,
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I just have one. Just on the proposed time frame, it's January 1st, 2025. Doesn't feel quite urgent enough, in my opinion.
This is a real minor nitpick. First of all, I agree with both of them, but in column 2, I would change the last or to an and/or editorial, just even more flexibility in how it's accomplished. But speaking to the intent too, there were a number of things in that discussion column that I felt would be valuable to carry forward in some fashion in the actual cornerstones, because there's some important content there. And the point that Anne made in particular, I would love to see live in the statement of intent that sits above this group of actions, because I think it is a really central piece of that.
Okay. And the statements of intent will be in the cornerstones. Okay. I guess those were 2 proposed modifications. Is everyone more or less in alignment with those? And there was a comment on the date being not quite aggressive enough. I'll say if it happens this year and by the end of the year, I would be pleasantly surprised. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I do think the gears grind rather slowly, especially like the police chief should probably on that team. And I don't know where we're at with that, but, some high level department positions are still unfilled. And so it will take some time at the city level to fill those and then establish those team members. And so the date seems somewhat reasonable to me.
Yeah, I would also just, I know it seems slow, but actually that's pretty darn fast for a city, especially if you're going to get all the different departments on board. It can be like, dragging a bag of bowling balls. So, yeah, just my own experience with cities.
Okay. And I guess, is that enough guidance, the and then the modification of the intent? Okay. Great. And sorry, Councilmember Shribs, I know you were on a roll there.
No, I'm fine with going item by item, as long as I'm allowed to add a couple other items.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'd like to add a few things.
Yeah. I think we're on to number 2 now. I don't know if you caught anything in number 2 or if anyone else did, or, okay.
Item number 2, I wanted to see, so we have in the end of the phrase, engage stakeholders in identifying funding opportunities. I'd like to say identifying and pursuing funding opportunities.
This is one of those ones where I'm trying to understand if it's just focused on the city's budgeting and funding of the city's measures, or if it's looking at more of a community-wide effort. So, that's just a question, really. Because I think there's obviously very big numbers when we look at the community-wide effort to electrify buildings and things like that, So I'm wondering, in terms of meeting our carbon neutrality goal, that all comes into play.
I guess I'll just say before Heather wants to comment, having participated in the budget process several times, I do know that like external groups are funded through the city. And so, part of that aspect of the community engagement will be covered there. And that's about the extent of what I would expect the city to be able to do versus like a group like Cool Petaluma holding a funding workshop that was perhaps co-sponsored. So, we could modify it to include a little bit more of the like co-sponsoring a workshop. But I do think the budget focus is pretty narrow and not going to change.
If I could jump in real quick, maybe before Heather. Sorry, Heather, you keep standing and sitting. There are certain things in the blueprint that the city can do on its own. Like one of the measures was targeted towards making transit available to disadvantaged communities. And the city's looking at doing a fare free program pilot and hopefully forever if it works out well. Those kind of things the city can take on by itself, with unilateral action. But some of these actions in here are huge, massive lifts that it's going to require a lot of community, shared action on. It can maybe be led by and cheerleaded by the city, but it's going to require a lot of other people taking action personally to do. To the extent we can facilitate that, we can bring the information. If there's, some magical source of funding that will allow us to, distribute that to folks, I think we'd be open to looking into that and figuring out how that program would work. But, I think we can only take on what we have control over ourselves. So I don't know if that helps, but I think the staff is dedicated and wants to see this program succeed. So to the extent we can help with that, we're on board and ready to go. It's just a lot of it comes down to resources that we don't have available. So
that makes sense. The other thing is the strategy alignment feels like falls into more implementation rather than monitoring and reporting.
I agree with everything that has been said about the revised cornerstone. The city's budget is what that's how we do our allocation of funding. And it often is money for partners where that works, or money for city projects. But the way that it says identifying gaps, engaging stakeholders also gives that flexibility sometimes, which we've done, with relief or other stakeholders to say, we want to do this. We only have this much. Help us find this gap. So I feel like it has fluidity for us to be looking at it each year. It acknowledges that we need to be looking at it each year with our budget, because that's been one of the common discussions is we need to take these actions and we need to work them into the city's budgets, the work plans, to make sure that they're happening. We can easily add something in the discussion about the intent, not only for implementation, but monitoring.
Yeah, this is one I particularly get concerned about as to who's going to do what on this, because having gone through the budget process once, we do have a financial officer that provides us with a 400-page budget that is dominated by engineering and maintenance projects all throughout. So are we asking that our financial officer, treasurer, to take that book, the 400 pages, and every single one of our projects, put some sort of qualification? Does it meet climate change goals or not? and the cost comparisons based on climate change? Are we asking our financial officer to do that in this? Because that's the way I would read this as coming through. Are we asking the city council to take the budget that we go through every year and then in that one session that we do review the budget to actually try to do this estimation from city council review point? Or are we asking, so who's going to be doing this estimating and who's going to be doing the evaluating? So that's where I get a problem with who and doing what and when. And then the second part, the stakeholders example of that, I'm with the Relief Group, and we just got $1 million grant working with the city. So, and we have Blue Zones, and we've got SEDAT, and we've got 15-minute community monies, and all have come in from community efforts. So that part is I think is really good. But the but post-adaptation, the estimation of cost of blueprint, and when they talk about cost, we also talk about benefit risk analysis on these things and compare it to all the other projects that need to get done. So again, are we asking our financial officer and her team to do this ahead of us before it even comes before city council? Or do we expect us to do that or the stakeholder group to do that? Who's going to do it?
This is just kind of a process question, which is, I'm sure those are all extremely important things to get answered, but I feel like that's kind of wearing your city council member hat, and that's an understandable viewpoint. But as the Climate Commission, I think what we're really just trying to do is to say, what's the most important things that we think need to happen soonest? And I'm just a little worried that if we try and get into how are we going to operationalize all that tonight? Well, we'll be here for 6 weeks.
Okay.
just a very practical concern.
I think that if I can speak briefly to the intent of this cornerstone, was just that the blueprint itself says, we need to do this, this, and that, and there is a whole implementation process following it. And so what we were trying to get into the cornerstone actions, what we think are the initial, implementation plans. And so one of them is to wrap our heads around how much it's going to cost to do this. What are the available sources of funds? What are the gaps? And so identifying those gaps, then starting to work on how do we find ways to meet them, so that was kind of and it was really the same intent with the staffing strategy. Like, we need to kind of push forward a little bit into what are these actions to actually implement this and get it rolling.
And if I may, as staff, the budget is most certainly not just developed by the finance department. It is a cross-departmental document. And that it really does tie in, as Commissioner Baker said, to the first action, which is having that climate action. If that permeates the culture and everybody's looking at that, looking at the budget development specifically in number 2, as how do we meet the goals of this blueprint document while we're developing our budget, I think that's all the more likely that those goals are going to be happening if it's part of the culture and part of everything that everybody's rowing towards. So I think those two are pretty closely related there.
Just a question clarification. I really appreciate council members' viewpoint on this, having to actually deal with the budget. Just wondering if there's any way to make this item a little bit more discrete to capital projects, because some of these the things that we're suggesting here are going to be pretty hard to estimate. As far as
there is, I don't know if it's a cornerstone, but there is an action around aligning the CIP with, so that is, I don't know if that's in the cornerstone, but there is a specific in the blueprint on aligning the CIP program with the net zero target or something like that. So that is in the document. I guess in the interest of moving on, maybe I might propose some modifications to this. I appreciate the importance of cost estimating, having done cost estimation a bunch. It's, usually only accurate for 6 months. And so I would hate to get so specific on this. Perhaps it's something like post-adoption establish the protocol or procedure to do cost benefit analysis of implementation, somewhat punting the actual work of cost estimating to more of like an implementation phase, such that the Climate Action Commission could participate in the procedure and process to actually do that cost benefit analysis. So somewhat empowering us to actually take that step versus relying on city staff to do that. That's the first piece. And then the second piece, I do think this puts a lot of weight on the city's shoulders, and I do think the county should be named here. We need the county as a strong partner in this, and we are not as synced as we need to be. And if we could have some language that includes working with the county, that would be in, I think, everyone's interest. So those are my two ideas for how to,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think everything that we do, we should assume we're going to be collaborating with the county whenever it makes sense, and it certainly makes sense. I'm not enthused about the idea of adding more words. I think going back to what we had in mind as the ad hoc was really more of sort of a high level, not highly accurate, but, order of magnitude, like how much money is this all going to take? And yeah, that's a moving target. We're obviously not going to nail it, but to sort of have a general sense of like, we're talking about 70 bazillion dollars to do this, and we need to understand that it's a lot of money and we need to be aggressive pursuing it. I think that's really what we were after, was to sort of say, hey, no, this isn't easy. It's very big, and let's wrap our heads around how big it is, as opposed to a very, very granular thing, which is obviously more of a, again, year by year, project by project thing that will be continually emerging. Does that make sense?
Is there a way we can add in here that when the purpose of looking at costs is to do the things that are most effective with the least effort, with the lowest cost? So is there a statement for worthiness of adding in here to start projects immediately that are implemented at low cost first?
I mean, certainly that's certainly doing an analysis of the whole picture, like how much it's going to cost, would be part of it.
That would be part.
Yeah, I would think so. And then I think the other thing is, because we're talking about something that's going to take several years to implement, it makes sense to look at like, okay, this is like a 5-year budgeting process or something like that, and identifying the gaps. Because I think what happens is you bump up against the budget limitation every year, and you don't really necessarily strategically assess, like, here's where our gaps are, the funding's out there in HUD, or the funding's out there somewhere, and we need to get ahead of it 2 years in advance and start developing our plan, have it be community supported, do our community participation, and then get the money, and I think those are the that's why we're saying there needs to be a little bit more of a financial understanding and budgeting for the whole effort, so you can look past the annual budget process.
Yeah, we sort of are doing that, like with EV charging stations throughout the infrastructure, looking at the electrical capacity. So we're putting a lot of money into the planning of that, figuring out what to do, and get recommendations like that. I think that's what we're all after.
Right, and then you can prioritize them.
We prioritization.
The EV is going to cost this, and the solar panels and the sewer treatment plant is going to cost that, and which one are we going to do first? Because we can't do both, kind of thing.
I've just maybe to assist in prioritization of effort.
It's okay with me.
That's all I would be looking for.
Yeah, I kind of think in general, if the city feels, if you feel like we can use this language, existing language, maybe slightly modified, and maybe punt on exactly how it's applied at this point, it might, just in the interest of time, be a good idea. Just I think it's a difficult subject. Honestly, we could probably just spend the entire meeting trying to figure out how we should think about budgeting for such a large initiative, right?
Right, which is why it has to be a cornerstone.
Yeah, but I think as long as the language is in there, and then so the city knows it's a priority, the actual nuts and bolts of how that's thought through, maybe the city can apply their wisdom there. I don't know.
That's good.
Okay, I think that was some direction, hopefully. It sounds like my suggestion to include the county was not seconded, so I'm okay with that. I guess the only last thing I'll say, the word estimate seems sort of finite, and if you could possibly make that more of a, longer term thing than the January 1, 2026 date. Okay. Number 3. Yes.
Y'all get to hear one of my pet peeves. I would like to see education substituted wherever training is shown in this document, because training is what you can do with monkeys to help them understand how to do a simple task. Education is much broader and includes training.
Okay, no other comments?
We're talking about number 3?
Yeah, correct.
I guess just a question on the word program. I think that's something we discussed last time, is like a program is definitely stronger than a plan or a strategy, right? So the city, I just want to, try to understand the city's position here of like, is that something that, this will live in a department, there'll be a program, there'll be someone in charge of the program, right? Like that, that's something I always think about if something is recommended, a program, something you have to build out, fund, maintain, right? Like, as opposed to a strategy gets to the intent. So just curious about what you're envisioning there.
With this, I mean, we currently have the position of climate action manager. That may change in the future, based on the recommendation of number 1. I do think that, I mean, it is actually a thought I had the other day about how teachers have in-services where they take the days off. There's no school happening, no kids there, and they really focus on developing the staff resources. Just thinking how great that would be for us as a city to just, focus days, and maybe it's not climate, but there's a whole lot of other things that we can do to kind of like build that culture, because that's something that we've talked about at leadership in the city is how do we build this new culture? We've added a lot of new people to our staff. There's been a lot of people hired over COVID. So there's a lot of discussions about how we build culture here, and I could definitely see trying to make climate action and what we can do as a city being a big strategy of that educational effort within our staff, whether it's an in-service or whether it's just part of our normal, hey, take an hour and learn some new skills kind of thing.
Could I add something? The intent of this particular cornerstone was actually to create the implementation plan, not just train staff.
Okay.
So that's a comment on the alignment column there. It's not, the intent of this was, so it was kind of like 1, put somebody in charge, 2, figure out how much money is going to cost, 3, create a plan, and so that's what this effort was.
But wasn't it, and that seems more like in this, like the blueprint coordinators to collect data and track. That feels kind of like that aspect.
Flip it, because I think that it was kind of the intent was more around creating the plan across the.
But wasn't it also about creating the culture?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Too. Absolutely, yeah.
So it's kind of like those are two, the ongoing training program or educational program, or, because originally, when we were thinking about staff retreat, it was kind of the intent is to get people together to, come together around that common purpose. And as Patrick was saying, there's lots of ways that can just be incorporated also into some of our existing structure. And sooner than later, maybe before January 2025, we'll have a new person in that role, who that person will be, what other staff, so wanting to leave it, the intent there, but not get so prescriptive that person also has the room to come in and have ideas and implement those ideas with the staff to build the culture. But then also I feel like and it looks like maybe we're missing a number here. The develop and implement is one and establish a climate team is another. Yeah. So I feel like they're both kind of there to the intent that we talked about with this one. Yes?
Yes, and so it was the way it was written was conduct a professionally facilitated staff retreat to develop a staff designed, staff directed 2 to 3 year implementation plan. So it's essentially, there's a third thing is to create a strategic plan, and so oftentimes it's nice, and like to Patrick's point, to go off site and have a professional facilitator help you kind of reorganize your thoughts strategically, and because it's not like the regular course of business, so it doesn't have to be a staff retreat. I think that's not the important part. The important part is to create
the strategic plan,
an implementation plan. So that should be like number 3 in that.
I guess I'm curious, not to put you on the spot, Eric, but seems like we're circling around this topic of an implementation plan quite a bit. And I don't know if you could speak to, I don't know if you've done climate implementation plans, but just implementation plans in general, what their timeline, how much do they cost? I think a little bit of public discussion on what is an implementation plan and do we want that and do we want to make that a specific cornerstone action might be helpful.
I think the answer to that is it's going to depend, right? Because you can have implementation plans for the entire blueprint. You can have implementation plans for these 20 or 30 initial cornerstone actions. You might pick off other ones. So the extent of that process and the depth of that process will determine how long it takes, whether you need additional staffing resources. You might have talented staff internally who can help facilitate that. So it might just be the staff time necessary to spend the day or two doing that work. What I'm hearing, though, in this conversation is that you also want to make sure that we recognize that the annual processes, whether they're work plans or budgeting, are not adequate necessarily to bridge the gap between your 2030 goal and your current situation. And I think that comes out clearly in the comments that you're making. And there needs to be something to bridge the two gaps, whether it's another plan made or a strategic plan. Maybe we can talk to staff about that, but some way to bridge the two. And I think that's kind of the idea behind the cost estimating as well as this implementation plan, but some stepping stone between.
Right, like a pro forma, if you're going to do, housing development, that you'd have to kind of map it out a little bit, figure out your monies, where it's coming from. Interim step like that.
And strategic plans can cost $25,000 to $100,000, right? I mean, it just depends on the scale and the extent that you do.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much nailed it, Eric, but I'll emphasize one point, which is we felt that because this is such a big thing and because of the importance of inculcating the staff culture around climate, we really felt like this is something that should happen soon and be somewhat intensive as a launch, right? Like we want everybody on board with this huge effort that we're going to make, and we want it to happen quickly.
Hi, maybe a lonely voice here, but I worry that this we're a small city. I don't know that we're going to have the resources for something real huge. I think you have a climate action manager, someone who is in charge of implementing this and directs or works with other departments to figure out what they need to do. The city manager is going to direct staff. And yes, there's a culture shift here, but part of that is just people you hire. I mean, that's why we have, that's why we hire people, and when we hire them, we're going to look for dedication to positive change. I think that we're all going to be going through a cultural shift here. I don't know that we can have. The city has to function while we're doing this, right? So the police department is going to still need to be a police department, and they're not necessarily going to have the time or the space to have tons and tons of new education. I think that's why you have like climate action manager that works with them and said, hey, you're going to buy new equipment, let's make sure that's electric. I don't know, maybe I'm on an island here, but that's how I see it working.
Thanks.
Practically.
Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, I see an issue with this third one here, because it has basically, there's three things sort of like blended together in here that really need to be split apart. And one of them is actually going back to number one, a staffing strategy. And so if you're talking about a climate team and blueprint coordinators, which is a whole, adding a function to multiple people in each of these departments, there's multiple departments. And if you're adding a function to all those, that's going to be part of the staffing strategy. So at the top, the staffing strategy may or may not include coordinators within each department, whether it be one manager just coordinating for everybody and having group meetings. And so a staffing strategy of how you actually assign functions to each of the persons in the departments, because we're adding on this as an addition to what they're doing now. So that's one of the concerns is how much time and energy, if you're going to assign that to everyone, they've got to, it's part of the culture. So you have a staffing strategy, you have a culture, which is helped out with the education training type program. So that's creating the culture within it, as well as the staffing responsibilities and coordinations. And then you have the other part of this, which is the actual data collection and actually implementation, because there's some implementation in here, the data collection and analysis type issues, and whether that's being done by the coordinators or by the staff manager. So, but the follow-up along with this following up the implementation. So those are three separate things that I see that need to be pulled apart, because right now I see them sort of blended in here in this one statement. So number one, maybe adding in staffing strategy along with exactly how the staffing is going to be positioned and what responsibilities go to who. That has to be developed. So just say it has to be developed. Let them develop it however that these be done. And then, but within that, culture change, and then another addition of that is how to actually start the implementation as a part of the culture, that every possibility is like it's a little add-on for all the processes. So that's how I would separate those out.
Let me see if I digested everyone's comments here. I sort of heard you saying that the first part, and Heather said the first part maybe needs its own number, and you're suggesting it possibly gets folded into the staffing strategy, and Anne mentioned modifying from training to education. So is everyone understand that as a proposal? Take out the first paragraph above number 3, switch the word training to education, and actually add it as a sub-bullet under number 1. Is that, and then, okay, and then I guess there was somewhat of a lingering comment, but not a proposal, around the original intent being to sort of have an implementation thing. I don't know if there's a proposal you have for language there.
Yeah, I think, to create an implementation plan, basically, however you want to phrase that. So that could be, you're just saying establish a climate team, you could add it into that, you know, that the climate team would be responsible for creating the implementation plan. Because it does, you know, does need to be coordinated, you know, across departments, and it's not business as usual. Everybody's already got a full-time job. So, you know, how do you fit it in there? And I think it's pretty important.
Okay. And Patrick?
Yeah, if I could add something, I wanted to bring us back to the beginning of these comments where Councilmember Shribs discussed the need to be cost effective. And I heard, you know, the need to be strategic discussed in this as well. Mm-hmm. And I could see there being people that look at this and say, okay, well, we have a climate emergency framework. That was, you know, that was a plan that was very high level. We have this blueprint now. Isn't that our strategic plan, or isn't that our implementation plan? So I think I understand the intent there is like, let's get these things done. But I think what I would offer for that is maybe we need a prioritization. Like, we need to be strategic on these things. We need to look at how cost effective they are for the impact that they provide. And maybe we call that an implementation plan, or maybe it's a strategic plan or some sort of prioritization to reveal a little bit of how the tofu is made. In our CIP budget, you know, we are looking at this process that our CIP team has been doing, where they've looked at things like, how far along are we already in this project? How much more effort does it take to get us across the finish line? Are there grant fundings that's tied to this? Like, basically, what's the inertia? What would prevent us from switching gears if something was a higher priority to the community? That means we need to take our focus away from this and put it on something else. That might be something that's helpful for this. Like, what are the priorities of the community based upon what inertia, how much level of effort it takes to get it across the finish line? Is it a really simple thing, like, you know, just getting information about the Inflation Reduction Act out to our community? You know, not a lot of inertia there. That could be done pretty easily. But, you know, electrifying every single building within Petaluma might be more difficult. So that prioritization, the strategic plan, might be something that we could consider for this. And maybe I've just talked a lot, and it's really just coming right back to the implementation plan. But I kind of wanted to put that plug in there about the cost effectiveness that I heard earlier on in this meeting.
I certainly appreciate the word plan, and I don't like the word plan. I do like the word implementation. If we could add the word implementation into number 3, possibly after annual work plan, you know, so that I think work plan is somewhat implementation, but if we could add that word in there, that'd be great. I think just last thing, going back to switching the word training to education, I would propose adding the word incentives, so that city staff is educated and has incentives. And so I think it's important that we incentivize people to do the right thing, and we make that explicit. Okay, number 4.
Okay, so this is probably one of my biggest quibbles with the work that's been done here. A key piece of this, I'm looking in column 2, the proposed adapted or responsive cornerstone. And the final line of the lead-in paragraph is that targets are being met. Well, targets haven't been set. So, I mean, we've got one big target, carbon neutrality by 2030, but I think we need 4A from column 1, which is what we proposed. Establish an annual GHG emissions budget that encompasses all city-run and city-controlled activities, including building and infrastructure construction, repair and maintenance, public and private. We need to understand what is the scope of emissions that we need to reduce between now and 2030. We have those numbers. We know what they are, but we have not translated those into an emissions budget for the city. Those are targets. We cannot show things on a dashboard We can't evaluate whether targets are being met if we haven't set them. So that step, as far as I'm concerned, is missing and needs to be reinserted.
Seconded.
Okay, Dave?
In general, I agree with that sentiment, except for on the private side, right? There's only so much the city can really do on the private side.
City run and city controlled.
Oh, sorry. I apologize if I missed that. I was looking at the end of item A. Maybe I missed it. If it's private, it's their equipment or their procedure. I don't know. Maybe it's a small point. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. So I apologize if I misunderstood. But as much as humanly possible, we can try and stay away from anything that's out of our control. But as long as the only other comment I would have just there is, I think with GHG emission tracking, it's really hard to get super granular, and as much as we can leave this higher level so that we can both track our progress, which I definitely agree with, but also allow for the understanding that we're not going to be able to account for every pound of carbon. It's just impossible. And at the end of the day, we are a city of 60-something thousand people, and we're gonna work diligently to reduce our carbon our carbon emissions. But we're a really tiny piece of the pie, and really to me what this policy, what our policy goals here are really just to be an example. If we can show that other cities can do this, we are going to join our other regional cities, show California, show the world that we can do this in a way that's beneficial to our residents. But I just don't. Yeah, I don't know that we can really ever account for every last pound of carbon that we're emitting. So sorry,
Okay.
that was a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, again, things getting a little confounded because even in statement 3, we're talking about work plans and leadership activities and like that. So I think if we can keep 3 to culture and 4 to actual, we're getting now in monitoring and the implementation of the programs. And I think 4A, the original one that was by Ms. Baker over here, is I think that very clearly states that we're working on the city, what the city can do by the city for the city, not the citizens. And so I think that what this sets up right here, the statement A that's in column 1, really says we're going to take actions ourselves for the city to take, but it's really up to the citizens to follow. And I don't know if we really want to separate out. Do we at this point really want to say the city, we're going to do what we can as a city? Because when it comes to the carbon neutrality that's being measured, that's the original document is talking about citywide, not city government functions. So are we going after city government and what city government can do? Or are we actually going to try and say citywide what we can do? Because right now, one of the issues I have with this whole document is we're narrowing it right down to what the city and what the city alone can do. And sort of like we're leaving the citizens sort of like behind. So that's one of my whole issues with this whole document. And it's right here in number 4. So I just want to make sure we're clear on, are we after carbon neutrality for the city or city government or for the entire city, including the citizens? What's our goal here? Because this statement will tell us what that goal is, how it's stated.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is it's both, which is not entirely clear without a thorough read of the document. I do think number A is very clear and half popular currently with the commission members. I'd say leaning towards it, especially like with the absence of the airport fuel emission budget in the document, like those kind of gaps show up when 4A becomes a cornerstone action. And so to me, the reason why a specific couple sentences on a budget that is city focused helps identify these gaps rather than like how can this document achieve its vision. I think it's less about how do we achieve this massive vision and more about how do we make sure we're not forgetting very important things like the airport. I do think 4A helps with that very clearly. It sounds like there's some apprehension that like because it's specific to city activities that a general reader might forget about the community effort that's also encompassed in the document. And so I don't know if we want to propose an additional bullet point that sort of speaks to the community effort and then the city budget effort so that there's the both is very clear in number 4. So I think you're highlighting that, you know, what is it? Is it this or this? And sort of we're all saying it's both. Number A is making sure that the city's part of it is very clear, but now we're sort of missing what the community's part is. I don't know if anyone has proposed language for that, but
thanks.
Yeah,
I think it's. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Oh, I'll be quick. I was going to say, yeah, maybe we could just add a statement that says similarly establish a goal or a targets for the community, sort of non-city controlled, and in all cases do our best to track. You know, obviously, yeah, we can't account for every pound of carbon, but I like the idea of also having the tracking include the non-city element of that.
Sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. I think that it's a really important point because you're doing both, right? You're looking at community-wide emissions and city emissions themselves. 4A, as written by the ad hoc, is about city-owned and operated, and that's terrific. That's showing your leadership. In the monitoring, in the proposed revise, bullet point 2 is about both city-run and controlled and community-wide activities. We can amplify that because the intent is that you're talking about both of those. It is buried at the bottom of that sentence, which might make it hard to see. So we can shift it around and move 4A into the proposed action. Can I just ask a clarification on 4A, though, because it does say public and private at the end of that sentence, and I just wanted to be, because we're talking about city-owned and operated, but it was brought up that it does say public and private, or do we just mean public, or do we mean private?
You mean like private companies that take up, like, you know, that work for the city?
We're talking about building and infrastructure construction that is private but city controlled. So in other words, when the city issues a building permit, that's something over which they have control. So, and there are emissions associated with that activity, and they are substantial fraction of all the embodied carbon that is being emitted in this town.
And I think that you've definitely demonstrated how much carbon comes from the construction activity. I think it gets difficult to, when you're issuing a permit, it would be difficult if I'm a contractor and I want to do work in the city of Petaluma. How is that enforcement mechanism going to work on accounting for my carbon? That's where I find it to be. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. It's hard for me to understand the function of the system.
There are carbon accounting tools that allow that.
Yeah, I'm going through that right now.
All right, I don't mean to get so specific. We'll have a cup of coffee. You'll explain to me and educate me on how this all works.
Yeah, there is already tools in place right now. I'm in the process of doing ADU in my garage, and I have to get Title 24 long documentation from a professional service all about energy conservation. And then I'm going through also Cal Green, which is another whole process of calculations for energy efficiency and conservations, and I'm being whacked over the head over minutia as to which system to use. So it's already in place as far as for building code and all that. That's already in place.
I hear you. I think I think you're actually making my point. Having worked for contractors, all that minutia slows down projects.
Yes,
and
it's slowing
I think
down
we
mine,
need to
for sure.
eliminate all that. that's just if we want to install heat pumps everywhere, the more of that kind of stuff we have to deal with, the longer this will all take, and the more expensive it will all be. And that's why I have a critical eye for it. It's not to discount the need for carbon accounting. It's that the contractors that are doing the work have to be on the job doing the work. And the more regulatory framework we put in place, that every second, right? Like, because I've actually been there filling out these kinds of forms on projects. Every second counts. Every second is the amount you're paying your staff to work, right? And we think about how much, like, just, is it more important that we're accounting for the carbon, or is it more important that we're installing the heat pump? I would say it's more important that we're installing the heat pump. And our efforts, in my view, should be focused on making it easier and having less regulatory framework. Because if the staff is directing us to install that equipment, then they should be focused on installing that equipment.
Right. Just give you a clue as to the costs. What you're talking about, just in my case, I'm looking at a $50,000 total project. And the cost of doing the regulatory, if I had to go fully through, I'm doing it myself as much as I can, but going through service, it's over $20,000 to add on, just to get the regulations accounted for properly by the specialists here in town. So so it is a huge, so one of the things we're talking about when I'm talking about costs is when you add this all up, if we're going this direction, there are huge costs coming at us to make this all happen. And that's what I'm concerned about.
It seems like this half is somewhat in alignment against this half. I'm wondering if Commission Member Ashley perhaps has some commentary. I think we're missing language around scope 1, 2, and 3. I guess in my read of A, I was reading it as scope 1 and 2, and the feedback over here is that it's definitely scope 3 is included in that. So at least if we make it explicit wherever we settle, that additional language will be helpful.
I was just going to say two things in the interest of time. One is that I think that what we're doing here today is setting expectations, and it's the city's job to figure it out. And I think that they've really come through and have clearly a very clear picture of what it is that we're asking for, and when not, then that's what we're here to explain. I don't think we need to figure out how they're going to find solutions to each individual problem today. But also, we're on number 4 right now, and it's 7:52. And if we take 15 minutes on each of these, we're going to be here for 5 hours. So that's all I have to say.
And thank you, because that is definitely true. We, Eric and Patrick and I are here, but there's a much bigger team that is going to solve or brainstorm the right approach to some of these. Because immediately, what I think I heard and you say was every building permit that be issued, regardless if it's for a city project or a private project, having some sort of targets. And we're also going to have some limitations with some of the stuff we can do, and we have to make sure we set that up so that we're not legally challenged. Our efforts are going to get thwarted in terms of our timeline if we start setting things up that then we're legally challenged and we end up getting wrapped up in legal battles. Also, it's not going to let us do things. So I appreciate your comment, because I don't necessarily know where that right balance is, and we can understand the intent and include that intent, but then go talk with our building official, go talk with our legal team and figure out, let's do what we can, but let's also not get ourselves in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And establishing targets means that's the first thing, right? Is we have to understand where we're shooting for and how we understand how we're doing towards that. Yeah, that's a process that's all going to have to be figured out. And I think, Dave, to speak to your concerns, very real. Obviously, decarbonization projects are not something the city wants to get in the way of. and rather to streamline. So I don't think that's at all in opposition to understanding that we have numerical targets to set and track progress towards as best we can.
Okay, I guess I'll try and synthesize the commentary. It sounds like reinserting A, except perhaps dropping the public and private part towards a corollary community type comment where the scope 3 budget activity could occur, and limiting the comment A to scope 1 and 2 emissions. Is that
I don't think so. I mean, I think the goal is to actually have the city, know targets for city emissions, and then an understanding of community emissions. So we have to, see what they look like and then try and establish targets for them.
Yeah,
Am I misunderstanding when you say scope?
well,
3?
yes, I mean, that's like what already is occurring. If you were to go to the county's,
Right.
budget tracker and dashboard, if we were to adopt that language, we would be no better off than what we're currently doing, is my expectation. And so, there's some person like Eric that does some data dump and gets the community-wide GHG emission budget. Like we did that in the blueprint, and having this language that includes the scope 3 emissions, I don't know if that gets us any better off. Other than having that aspirational goal be an additional bullet point so that the greater minds can figure out how to do that. I guess I'm specifically interested in making sure that the budget of city-controlled activities and city activities is set and managed. And so that, to me, is what's missing and what is in A and can be added back in. The tougher, more complicated thing that we talked about and all agree is like very complicated should be left up to other people. So that's at least how I synthesized the commentary, was to what is missing from 4 is some aspect of A, and what else can we add in addition to that to cover the community piece of it.
I would agree with that separation, because we're talking about just separating the city goals and targets versus the citywide with citizens' goals and targets. We need to do both, but I think at this point just separate the two concepts, and I'd be fine with just let them figure out the language to do that.
I disagree, but I just feel like it's kind of like this. Sonoma Water produces your water bill. They'll tell you if you're, what tier you're in terms of how much water you're using, and then they look at the whole big picture. How much water we're using as a community. And I feel like the city in this context could give citizens information. Like, are you an energy hog? Is your building activity producing extraordinary emissions, but I don't think any of those things come out in a way that's useful to people until we actually start to count or try and quantify those numbers, and so people can see, where they're coming out.
Well, and again, I think everybody here has affirmed that, yes, our 2030 goal encompasses all of the activities of this town, whether it's happening at a private resident level or happening as a result of direct city activities. Well, if we don't understand we don't know where the numbers are coming from, then the tracking is meaningless. We have to look at all of it, and we have to track all of it as best we can.
But I think that the distinction is that the city can't control the emissions, by the community. So it's really monitoring and kind of creating a feedback mechanism so that it's more clear to the community. The community is going to have to step up to meet those goals, But if the city doesn't track them, I don't think anyone will,
We may not be able to resolve this for you tonight, but I think you've probably heard all the opinions.
We should probably move on.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that was semi-clear, and I think in the interest of trying to get this somewhat passed, that there was no dissenting voices on number 4. So I guess we'll leave it at that. Number 5 starts on the offset policy, and does anyone have any particular qualms about number 5?
Not qualms, but just a couple of short comments. I felt that this belonged in the first intent group. Maybe it is. Is it in the first intent group? Oh, yeah, it is. Never mind that comment. I'd like to see the scope of public education and awareness activities a little broader, as shown in number 7 below. And I think some of these activities need to start this year. We're showing the soonest one is January 1st, 2026. So I'd like to see something in this group targeted for the current year.
Could you be more specific about like language proposal to modify number 5? Okay. Number 6. Yep.
Was that comment on the new 6?
It's the old, well, it's I'm using the numbers in column 1.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Oh. It is confusing.
Yeah, it is confusing with 2 sets of numbers. It's a little challenging. So because the first column kind of goes sequentially, and that's sort of the line number is the one in column 1. Let's use those. Okay.
Okay, great. So I was just making sure no one had any issues with column B, number 5. That just got tucked in there and added as number 5, and everyone is happy with that one. Okay, great. And then your comment was more about the timeline of the original number 5. And I think that feedback is clear, and we could move on to column 1, number 6.
Similar comment on this one. In column B, the statement is blah, 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 so that folks can access. I don't feel that's proactive enough. I think we really wanted to express something that was going out to the community, not something passively available. So, and that's probably captured. It's more of a tone than anything.
I think this sentiment is totally, I agree. I think this is just happening, this effort is happening on a regional and state basis. I don't know if anyone else has caught that, but obviously it's super important that proactive engagement happen. I think we're part of it, but I think we're just a piece of a regional pie there. I don't know if staff has any comment, but that's been just from everything I'm reading, like all the new, like the energy concierge and the different contractor training programs that are out there and everything. Just, yeah. Not a big deal, not a huge quibble if we want to change the language, though.
Is there a proposal to change column B, number 7, original number 6? Okay, I guess I'll again try and advocate for the County of Sonoma to be named as a stakeholder. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay.
The county, the state, the federal,
okay.
Also, so, yeah. Because they're all trying to do the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, now we're on to original number 7. The new number 8 looks essentially the same.
Yeah, we could skip that one.
Okay.
Cooking now.
And I guess the original number 8 is removed. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Okay, back to number 7 original.
Okay.
Okay, just on that one. The number 8, it says, especially focused on reduction of consumption based emissions. And so that's just getting awareness. So are we just getting, is this all about getting awareness out there on everything? Or are we just talking specifically consumption-based emissions as part of a separate thing compared to overall awareness? Why are we're spotlighting it for a reason here. So I don't mind if we spotlight it for a reason, but
it's the only place that we're really addressing consumption emissions specifically through this community awareness.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think it's where the community can have the most impact, right? I mean, you know, like the community can't really affect how many EVs are created, you know, by larger forces, right? Like there's just, you know, this is something that community can really get their hands on. I don't know. I think.
Right. Yeah. We need to work, but just that I agree with the consumption part. I would like that, but I think the word consumption needs to be expanded here or something, because the word consumption gets lost in the middle here. So either up front, up back, but something more surrounding, defining it a little bit more so that it's really up front. If that's what we want, let's really make sure that it's seen here, because otherwise it's lost. Because consumption is like, oh, it's an add-on.
Can we add in scope 3 emissions? Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, it does need to be defined.
Yeah. Okay. Original and new number 9.
My only comment is in the intent column. There's a statement that remove actions related to jobs, housing balance. I understand the issue that it's a regional thing, but I do think that at a minimum we should be tracking and reporting jobs, housing balance, because the goal is to influence that, even though obviously, again, we don't control it, but that a lot of the work around transportation is tied intimately to that issue. So I would like to see that included in the tracking.
Okay, I think we're on to number 10, or column 1, number 10, complete streets plan. I guess my, going back to the last meeting, I had a question around if complete streets is the overall macro umbrella concept, which we want to fold. It looks like that is what is the umbrella policy is complete streets. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, just on original 10, now 11. What's missing from there is some of the purpose of what we are actually trying to achieve, I think needs to be added in, and that is reducing total VMT, vehicle miles traveled, by residents and workers. We want to achieve that and set that up as a target. And this is maybe the place to do it, because we need to beef up our transportation, especially amongst our citizens, to have a little bit more oomph behind what we want them to do. So I think if we're going to do complete streets improvements, the purpose behind all that is to change the modality of travel and reducing VMT total. And that's something that we can track. And I think that has to be one of our major goals, because that's, if it's transportation, if it's cars, is our number one, 75% of our emissions, then we need to cut that in half. And we need to set up a specific target. And this is where you would put it. We want to, that's our target. Reduce citizen VMT total.
I mean, I like that proposal.
I think that's a good idea to talk about the intent. I think there was a couple pieces here that were in the left, number 10, that are not in 11 that we should probably talk about. So the A, build out the active mobility network, is really creating a target there. How many miles of connected, so I think bringing some language in there in terms of a target. And then C was really bringing in an equity focus, that the DAC areas in town are the ones that are most impacted, generally speaking, with lack of active transportation opportunities, and also with urban heat island issues, and also with flooding issues. And so this is a place where we could really kind of walk the walk on our equity measures, is to really focus the implementation of complete streets kind of on our worst streets in our disadvantaged communities. So that I think would be nice, very nice to include that in the language. And then the other piece that was left out was kind of setting a goal for reduction in paving and impervious surfaces. And I don't know if that was left out intentionally or just didn't feel like it was important, so I was just curious.
Yeah, I had a similar question, which is I sort of suspected that you intended the rewrite of this to encompass A through G as we had drafted them, and maybe that's just sort of the short version, but like Ann, I'd like to see that the things that we enumerated there are somehow wrapped into those sort of higher level bullets.
We didn't actually intend to include them in the rewrite. So just to make that clear, we did intend to take those elements, right, the targets you set for active transportation streets, the reduction in paving and impervious surface, and wrap that into the action plans themselves, right? So as actions themselves, but not raising them to the cornerstone level. So making sure that all the complete streets, whether there's speed reduction, safety plan, ATP, all the general plan work around complete streets and the guidelines associated with those would be priorities. And then those other components, which are target setting for impervious surface, fall into the action plan themselves. So not to not put them in the plan, but to move them into the action plans themselves as specific actions.
Time for a recess?
I think let's get through halfway through the list, maybe. We're close to halfway. So let's knock out the next couple. There's, what is there, 30, right? Or
27.
27, okay. So let's get through 15, and then we could maybe take a, yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? So is it the commission's desire to see those things back added in? Because I think we maybe didn't finish, just so I understand.
As long as they're in the action plan, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, Eric. I didn't express it as well as you did, but yeah, I just want them to show up as things that happen.
Would you be willing to accept public comment at this stage? Because we've been waiting for some time, and then otherwise we might lose everybody else. It's up to you.
Yeah, sure, please. Yeah, let me. Yeah, at this point I will open. Where's my commentary here? Okay. The public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't already done so, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. I have a speaker card for Paul McGavin.
Is this going to be the only public comment on the rest of this evening?
I had a public comment for Ned Orrit, but Dwayne, if you would like to make a public comment, please fill out a card, and now would be your time to comment.
Not later after you get
Correct. Yeah, there is generally only one public comment period during new business.
I appreciate how detailed you are going through this. I mean, it's a long time, so I appreciate you also taking our comment. Want you to consider that in any of these things, clearly you want to do ready, aim, fire, not, ready, fire, aim. And so the idea is you want to be right on what your goals can be and should be. And so to that, you have to look out maybe perhaps a little broader than you have. We have set a goal here in Petaluma that is just kind of off the charts with respect to the rest of the world. Just yesterday, after serious farmer protests in France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Poland, and the Netherlands, Belgium, and more, EU leaders announced concessions to lighten the burden of greenhouse gas reductions on those farmers, while setting goals for a 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality, however that might be defined, by the year 2050. Petaluma's goal to try to get to carbon neutrality, however that might be defined, by 2030 is 20 years earlier. And that seems to be pretty unnecessary. And I'm thinking here, 7 years from today, unrealistic. Look, the goal lacks an accurate definition. How do you know? What is carbon neutrality? How do you define that? Is it defined? Is it in your plans? Did I just miss it? But most importantly, Petaluma at 42 square miles is a tiny speck in this world. I mean, what we do as a city, what we do or don't do is simply overcome by what the rest of the world does or doesn't do. And so in all of this, we understand, should we be energy efficient? Yes. Is it a good idea to think through what gets us energy efficient? You bet. For things you have direct control over, city activities and all the rest, cool. With respect to private life here in Petaluma, you can't be basing our freedoms and what we have to do with respect to what we have to go through to pay an extra $25,000 just to make up some calculations to make an improvement. This is crossing the line in our freedom. And you have to understand, is it good or not to do this? All right. Is it necessary? I'm not a climate denier. I recognize there's evidence of temperature rise and there's ice sheets that are melting and all the rest. But there are real problems and real evidence showing you problems in these projections that everyone's trying to base these decisions on. And you take a look, I gave you evidence that's in a trial right now, and this myopic focus on just counting carbon and CO2 is walking you into the path of carbon taxes, cap and trade. These have nothing to do with actual energy efficiency. This is all about control of the population. You don't realize that you're stepping down a path of Agenda 2030 just by trying to make this and take away people's freedom and force them to go into different directions. It's great to provide education. It's great to provide incentives. That's very different than we're the carbon police. We're going to count actually everything you do, and we're going to shut you down if you do what we don't want you to do. That's not America. And that is completely unnecessary. Because you have to understand that when you take a look at these models, these projections.
Mr. Gavin, your time is up.
Okay, they've been debunked in court, and I gave you all that evidence. All right, so the answer is you have to be careful.
The next speaker card I have is for Dwayne Bellinger.
Good evening. The last words of my previous speaker here was debunked in court. And I find that anybody who'd suggest that we make our decisions about science by asking some judge what the decision is, especially in what I believe to be a slander case. I mean, it's reminiscent of the old tobacco people going around, the shills for tobacco companies going around and saying, oh, there's no evidence there's cancer in tobacco use. Debunked in court. I would suggest that if we want to determine whether we got a climate problem, just listen to me. When I first came to Petaluma, when I was a young man, there were frogs making so much racket because they're mating calls. There was just so much racket, it's hard to believe. Now, there's a few frogs remaining, but the animals that have taken over the same territory are lizards. Now, if that doesn't say something to you, now it might be the case that we have periodic frogs, lizards. I may not know that. I'm not a scientist on that, but it seems to me when I go out and look at the lizards, that some message of climate change is clearly being said. And I know that our subsidies to automobile use has perverted our whole economy. It's just outrageous the way, well, to the extent that we don't tax gasoline, it gives more money to the oil companies. And one of the biggest oil companies is a part of the world where they finance terrorists. You understand that? By not taxing gasoline, even if there was no climate disaster, we should tax gasoline to prevent the money being accumulated by the sales of it from destroying the world, from terrorizing the rest of us. I wanted to say, though, I was hoping you would get to the different points to be more to what we should be talking about here. EV charging, EV vehicles are bigger, heavier. They create more dust from their tires. They're destructive for people on foot. We should be discouraging them, at least charge the full cost of both parking and charging EV vehicles. Charge it to the people who are using them. Design a society that doesn't need them. Or if you must, charge bicycles. It says here you should be in partnership with PG&E for electricity. I'd like it to specify that you're not advocating nuclear power plants because that's the most expensive form of energy that has ever been devised in the world. It's the cost of externalities for nuclear. So tell PG&E when they're going for energy, that's not the field they should be pursuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellinger. I hope you stick around at least for discussion on number 14 and 15 before we take a break. Thank you to the public for advocating for public comment to happen in advance of the end of the complete discussion on this topic. So your input is much appreciated. I guess just to revisit number 11, I think we're more or less in consensus that we like that and that some of the elements from the original number 10 will be incorporated later into the document. I do have a question if Vision Zero, is that part of the ATP or is that a separate, can we possibly add a bullet point on Vision Zero? You know, I do like the elegance of number 11 in that it specifies the different plans. Some of the public feedback we've gotten is there's confusion between this document and the ATP and the work of PBAC. And so if this number 11 could at least mention like the PBAC committee and all of the work they're doing so the public goes to the right place to find where this activity is occurring, that is helpful. Yeah. I'm talking about the new 11. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that would be part of the local safety plan, right?
I would like to elevate Vision Zero. I would like to elevate that as a bullet point, I guess.
We could probably define that. If it is part of the local road safety plan, we could potentially call that out.
Okay. Yeah. Number 11, the new number 12 is short and sweet. I guess I'll go first on this one. Just this is somewhat already done. I do still like the idea of the action of the word distribute, in that like it would be great if there was an event where Clipper cards were distributed to the public, you know, like sort of forcing the transit committee to actively promote this in more ways than what is currently occurring. You know, the way number 12 is written is semi-passive and possibly already done. And, you know, it is such a powerful tool in this entire thing, this one thing. And, you know, it has the fewest words.
I mean, I totally agree with the sentiment. I'm just going to say I think we're getting a little nitty gritty there. I think that the overall strategy is fantastic. How exactly they do it, I don't know. You know, that's just my thought. But love the passion because I agree. It's an awesome.
I'm sure our communications team is going to be very happy to promote that program to everybody that'll listen to us on that, because it's a huge benefit to our community, and we're going to be screaming it from the rooftops.
Yeah, I think the new statement implementing for basically for all transport, I think that is much more broader for everybody and to get everybody engaged with it. So I'd go with that. I think saying something about bus passes or clippers. Now you're getting for specific as to, okay, Clipper cards are good for other things besides Petaluma. So not specific, as it's rewritten, I actually have preference for that.
Okay, short and sweet. As an aside, I did lose the battle on advocating for bus maps as part of the objective design standards. So, you know, I do think bus maps is a critical and missing element of our transit programs. You know, there aren't bus maps at the schools. They aren't at low-income housing. It seems like the desire is to keep this one short and sweet. But again, the activities of public transit are central to the 70% mode shift that we need to do. Would people be okay with specifying the mode shift target in this cornerstone, or?
Yeah, I like that.
What about also adding something? So implement fare free program and an aggressive transit promotion program, or, you know, activities. Because I think you're right, Ben. I mean, I think that there are a lot of impediments, and fare is one of them, but more prominent promotion of use of transit would also be good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried this box is checked, and it's not like the transit committee will move on, but certainly this committee will maybe not have the opportunity to revisit it in the same way. I also have a question if I don't think the Fare Free program is funded indefinitely. I think it's maybe funded for 2 years or something like that. And so there is a question of like implement, okay, it's done, and then we have different budget priorities and it like gets undone. And so is the intent of us to say that it'd be implemented forever and that we somehow make that as part of our goals and priorities? So, having sat in a fair number of transit committee meetings, I can say that they talk about this a lot, and it certainly has a lot more to it than this one sentence. And so I don't have, enough meat to add to this one, but there should be more meat on this one. And yeah. Okay. I think everyone's nodding their heads, and we'll put some more meat on that one somehow. More protein. Number 12 is the EV charging infrastructure program. I guess this is the one at the last meeting I was advocating for, specifically the language around level 1 charging be implemented, based on my conversation with Commission member Ellenkamp. So if we could add some language about emphasizing or prioritizing, or, level 1 charging does get overlooked. And so it would be good to have that in there.
I'd also like to add, I think what's missing as well is the fact that a lot of current means of providing EV charging infrastructure are at retail rates, which are considerably higher than what those of us who have charging in our homes pay. And so there's a serious equity issue here that not only does the infrastructure need to be there, but it needs to be available at a fair price. In other words, like someone who is low income shouldn't be paying more to charge their EV than I'm paying at my home. And that's a higher hurdle, but I think it's a really central piece of this.
Yeah, I echo Commissioner Edminster's comments there. I think just having at least a line that says, we'll pursue strategies so that the rate is at the the rate you would pay from your home. I think that makes sense. I think there's some technical challenges certainly around whose meter we're talking about here, and if it's a workplace, okay, that's private business, private parking lot or whatever it is, and it's a little tricky. But certainly at the multifamily, multi-unit dwelling level, that definitely makes sense, right? Because like right now, I have my wife bought an EV, and our fuel cost is like half of what it would cost for gas, and that's really awesome. And we want to make sure everyone gets to benefit from that. So that's a good point.
Yeah, what I'd like to add is that I'd like to leave it more generic because this is one of the technologies that's changing worldwide tremendously right now. Japan and Korea, possibly Korea, South Korea, are moving toward a swappable battery that's about handheld. You pull your handheld that's about this big, like a 1 square foot box. You pull it out of your vehicle, you pop it into a station, you pull out a new one, pop it in your vehicle, whatever it is, motorcycle, bicycle, small car, and then you ride off. So charge stations, plugins could disappear in the future, and to a swappable battery system. So technology is moving very fast. So I would say let that be generic right now. I would love to see EV bike racks for free with free charging at all multifamily. I'd love to see something like that. But I think if we leave it up to the changing technology and what we can do so that as things are rolling out technologically, we're going to roll with it and get it implemented. It could be EV1s, charge station EV2s, could be EV4s down the road here for if folks have trucks. Could be just a simple bike rack or scooter rack could be swappable batteries. Could be all sorts of things within 5 years from now. Don't want to specify it at this point. So I'd like to leave it open.
Are you advocating for like hydrogen fueling be part of this? Hydrogen
fueling may be coming in for larger vehicles because batteries do not work well in the larger vehicles. Everything from anything larger than a pickup truck, and that technology is coming. So within 5 to 10 years, we may be having hydrogen-fueled pickup trucks and above as another option. May be coming. So we'll see.
I have a question on this one, which is the blueprint pretty consistently held the same target for EV adoption throughout the document. I think it was 25%. Is that right? So just curious kind of where your analysis was on that, why you always held that number. You didn't feel like you could hit a higher number.
So the 25% is a rough estimation of implementation of the state targets for new purchase of new vehicle EVs, right?
Okay.
However, I think when you're looking at the emissions from the transportation sector, you're looking at the vehicle miles traveled, as we were talking about earlier, as well as clean VMT, so to speak. So it could be a package of either of them. That number could bump up if your infrastructure and purchasing happens faster, and mode split could go, your mode split could go down. So you could kind of toggle between the two of them, but we were sort of looking and testing those scenarios, but it could be kind of a range of the two. So your EV adoption rate could be much higher here in Petaluma. It might already be higher than other places per se, which means you would need to do maybe a little less on the VMT side and mode split side to reduce those emissions. So you're kind of doing both at the same time.
And I just respectfully, I think it's probably better not to get into too specific on level 1, level 2. Like to Councilmember Tripp's point, we don't know what the technology is going to be like in 5 years. I think we need to have it needs to be a city priority that some kind of charging be available, or that this be built out. I get your point on that level 1 is looked over. But yeah, just a thought.
I mean, that's fair. I guess number 13 sounds like a really good goal. It sounds very impossible to do. And so by at least adding the word level 1, that makes what seems impossible slightly achievable, I guess. So, yeah, I look at this one, that sounds really good, and then I think, like, to Councilmember Sherp's point, who is going to do that, Like, is someone at the city staff at some point in 2026 going to be like, oh, the clock's ticking and, like, these Electrify America chargers are broken and maybe the hydrogen people are here or not, and it's vague enough that it sounds like a good goal, but something that will just not happen. And so I guess I'm advocating for more precision so that there is the possibility that something actually happens.
Yeah, if we're going to do that, then I would even promote go further. If we're going to do that, I'd say I'd promote a ride share system with mini cars with all level 1 charging. Be required for all new multi-family housing, and just make that a requirement. If we're going to go that far, we might as well go all that way.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I like that, except that gets into the microtransit concept, and I think there's a different microtransit piece. But Eric, you want to?
I was going to say that if it's for a new project, that could be a solution, a transportation demand management solution for an individual project. So that kind of leads into the next row down, which is number 14 in column B. But the idea between transportation demand management is there's a lot of solutions, and you leave it to the housing developer or the property owner or the non-residential employer in those businesses to come up with the solutions to meet the targets you establish for them. So that could certainly be one of those solutions.
Unless you would like to just ensure that EV1 charging for small vehicles, bicycles, scooters, like being required to be added to all multifamilies? Is that something you're seeking?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I've advocated for at the Planning Commission, or at least getting more specific. The current code, I think, is like EV ready, Patrick, do you want to comment?
Yeah. I just want to add, before you get to that, I think what you're getting at is clear, because when everyone says EV charging, everyone's thinking large, four-wheeled vehicles, charge stations at 220. So I sort of agree with where you're going.
I have a proposal.
Yeah.
In 14, perhaps we could add a phrase, so it says adopt a TDM policy inclusive of e-bikes for employers and housing developments. This one, by the way, it's less than a year away. So I think that would be a great cornerstone because it's an immediate first step. It addresses technology as it is presently and doesn't try to anticipate too much of what those changes are in the future. Anybody?
Sorry. I know, again, I'm just always going to be the one person. I think adding more requirements in our code for housing is a bad idea. I think we need to get some housing built. And I think from an electrical capacity point of view, I'm all for EV ready as in the panel, in the transformer, at that level, the delivery, the distribution lines, fine. But just a red tape, averse kind of guy, I think having requiring yet another thing that a housing developer, or if someone wants to put, we have Camelback is leaving. We've got La Tortilla leaving Santa Rosa. They're now going to be in Kansas, where are they going to have anywhere near our environmental regulations? I think this is, I think, a well-meaning addition to our code that I think will have unintended consequences. Also, just a note on...
Are you talking about number 14?
Sorry, are we on 14 yet?
Well, we were bleeding. We were kind
of bleeding, yeah, sorry. My brain's kind of melting, so it's been a long day. But Sorry, I know I'm always kind of just this lonely voice here, but are we on 13 or 14?
We have not yet concluded 13.
I apologize, and I will rant again
Yeah.
when we get to 14.
I have some interest over here in making 13 somewhat more precise so that it becomes achievable. I don't know if anyone can comment that 13 as written would actually happen. So, Patrick, I mean,
what I wanted to add to that was the conversation started about level 1 and basically inadvertently there being a tax on renters because they're paying the retail rate as opposed to what you would pay at your house. So I don't know if this encompasses that thought, but the idea of equity, I mean, that scheme there is like anti-equity. It's making it more expensive for renters and people with fewer means to participate in clean transportation. So I'm wondering if develop an equitable EV charging infrastructure strategy would kind of encompass that, if we all kind of understand that idea of equity, and that kind of gets at what we're looking for.
I like it.
This is a strategy, so it's kind of figuring out how to solve the problem. Sorry, Ben.
I mean, Patrick is signing himself up in 2026 to work on this. So I will be right there with you. It's what isn't clear is like the existing versus new construction. That somewhat bleeds into number 14. I don't know if like adding something on existing would be helpful or hurtful. You think the strategy should be for existing?
Yeah,
you think?
Yeah. I mean, because most of multifamily housing, development housing is existing.
Yeah, and the new stuff will be to code that will have the charge-ready stuff.
You gotta get and whether or not the resources are right there, or there's community charging stations,
exactly.
or
It's a
whatever.
strategy.
It's
Yeah.
a strategy. So how are we gonna make the equitable charging facilities available to people who need them?
And I like that there's the word incentives in there, because I mean there's monetary incentives, but there's also perhaps something we can do in our permitting process to make that very easy, to remove those barriers. So that might be part of the strategy. I don't know. We'll see.
It's kind of a harder thing to do than you think it is. To bring in EV chargers later. It's kind of expensive, and so that's why I think it does need to be thought about a little more community-wide. Like we have gas stations.
Yeah, but gas stations don't work for EVs, right?
But there needs to be something.
Maybe something, yeah.
Public resource.
No, I agree.
I mean, I just, we're still on number 13 here, but like, I tried really hard to, when the NV5 people were here and were doing what was it called? The electrification, the community master plan for EV. And then I talked to people and they're like, oh, we're doing the community EV plan. And you're like, no, it's actually the city facilities electric vehicle infrastructure program. And then can we please make some of that infrastructure available to the public? And that is not happening. I don't think that can't happen in the future, but that was incredibly difficult. The NV5 guy was like, whoa, no fire station is ever going to allow the low-income housing to use the fire station's charger. So number 13, if we can't even do it for our own city infrastructure that we're using our taxpayer dollars for, this study is just a little grandiose.
So we're just setting a guidepost, right? This is an intention, a desire. Some of these things, probably all of them, are going to be hard.
And aspirational.
Yeah. So I feel like an equitable strategy is broad. It leaves lots of options open. Can we live with it?
Okay. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Just equitable, includes level 1 charging, and it includes opening up public facility charging, the city charging to the public. So just note, when we revisit this, those two things will be part of the equitable program. Number 14, yeah, I guess this is one this is like, I guess number 15 is my favorite. Number 14 is my second favorite. I don't know if spelling out the TDM acronym would be helpful, and I don't know if there is a more fun buzzword for that. I am a little curious about the timeline. Is this something that we can actually do this year? And can we talk about what that would look like? Because this...
Do we have time to?
This is where all the emission reductions are happening, and the entire blueprint is...
Yeah, I think I agree with you on this, on the priority. In fact, I would like to put this right at this is data collection. So if we're going to collect data from the city and put all city staff in collecting city data stuff, we really need to be collecting data from the community as to who's doing what and how far are they driving. As long as we just collect the data, just like we're doing for rents, collect that data. But if without that data, then we have no management. So this is just all about collecting data. And if we require that of the businesses and the larger units, multifamily units, corporate-owned ones, not the privately, we're talking about 10, 20 plus units maybe, businesses of 100 people plus, just so that we have an idea where everybody's going and where they're coming from. Just data collection. That's our baseline for 2030. If we don't have that, then we don't have anything.
So when you develop a transportation demand management policy, you're going to be doing a few things. One is you're going to be establishing some sort of target that you're trying to achieve from new construction for housing or from non-residential development. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're going to set up a program or staffing internally to review the transportation demand management plans that those projects will provide to you with their application. The next thing you're going to have to do is actually monitor the implementation of those, typically done by the employer or the housing development. And then if they're meeting their targets, they're good. If they're not, then you enforce penalties. That's how the most effective transportation demand management programs work. And that's why it's an essential part of reducing vehicle demand and making people pay the true cost of driving. It's a very hard thing to do. You can set up your policy, and I would say there's lots of communities around the Bay Area that are doing this. They're doing it well. They're doing it in fits and starts, but it's not a new strategy. The other thing is we have it written for employers and for housing. Many cities just do it for employers as to not put burden on housing development. It's also harder to track for housing, so it's something to consider. I'll make a couple more comments here. I guess I'm curious if Mr. Bellinger appreciates that this one here is really targeted at his public comment around reducing the public subsidy of driving. And so if it's clear to Mr. Bellinger, then number 14 is achieving its goal. If it's unclear to him and he's coming here and commenting on it, then the language should be modified or improved. And so that, while I agree with TDM and I love TDM, the language in this cornerstone is very technical. I also have a question. I know in the blueprint there was like a TDM program for the staff, for city staff. So I think that's still in there, but not a cornerstone. And then I guess you had a comment.
Back to my rant. Something to think about. I've seen these kind of games played a lot, which is housing developments of a certain size that incentivizes less density. Right, so the developer is more likely to say, well, if I build 50 units and not 51, then I don't have to deal with this TDM plan. I know that cities have done this. It takes a tremendous amount of staff time, data collection. I think you would get a better result by allowing for more density and mixed use, which is part of what we're doing through the general plan. It achieves that goal without adding another layer of bureaucracy. I think ultimately we all want to see less use of single car driving. We all want that. I think a more organic approach achieves that, and less work to do it. So, end of rant.
So that, I think, raises some interesting questions, and I'd love to hear from you, both Eric and Heather, your experience with this, because I can definitely see the difficulty of tracking that information in housing. And I'm wondering if simply reducing parking ratios accomplishes the same thing and actually saves developers money.
See, you guys are talking about new developments, okay? And I mean, my read of this is existing, okay? And so...
No, it doesn't.
It wouldn't apply to existing development. It couldn't apply to existing development. You need some sort of mechanism to apply it to them. Maybe if it's a large
overlay
commercial
zone. I mean, let's add the new overlay zones are required to produce a TDM document and program.
We could certainly look into that. Typically, it's applied to new development when you are doing. It's a condition of approval for a project, so it's applied. It's applied in that way. You could certainly look into re-tenanting as an option, right, with a turnover, maybe. It's certainly something we could look into. Typically, it's applied to new development as a condition.
I kind of liked your idea of not applying it to housing.
But it could be applied to new housing. It could apply new commercial development. That's at the discretion of the policy.
Just being a workplace requirement, and then I wonder if it could be picked up by like the downtown business improvement district taxes or something like that. You would pay for the number of employees that you have, coming by single vehicle or something.
Yeah,
so that could be part of the.
So just
that, maybe
just
that's
to,
easier. Just
to add to finish to answering Ann's question and Amy too. Parking is often a cornerstone of a TDM program. So whether it's reduction in parking on site, whether it's pricing parking on site, so charging your employees to park on site, those are common transportation demand management strategies that could be part of an employer program. That would be up to at the discretion of that employer. They're typically done as, you need to meet this target, you figure out how to best meet this target.
Yeah.
And or that same approach in housing.
Correct, though we're generally moving toward unbundling parking, and I don't know if the city's unbundled parking.
Should not sit sideways for these meetings. I don't know why I made that decision. So a couple of things. So we have not required unbundling yet, but I do think we will see that with our parking reform. That was one of the things we did talk about with the council, was unbundling parking.
Can you explain unbundling?
When you don't necessarily, when you rent an apartment, you automatically get a parking space with it. So you separate so that you can say, I don't need a parking space, so my rent is cheaper. And I have 2 cars in my family, so I need 2 spaces. So your rent, you're charged for your parking spaces separate.
Okay.
So we allow it, but we don't require it currently. But it was one of the things we talked about with the council to look at when we update our code for parking. I will say that our affordable housing projects are typically incorporating many of these strategies, like free passes, like the Danco project, part of their, that's by the North Station. Part of their funding was, I believe, free passes for a certain number of years for all their residents. So a lot more of the affordable housing projects are doing things like reduced parking, unbundling parking. We've had some conversations about looking for car share pilots as part of affordable housing projects, and we haven't quite gotten one off the ground yet in Petaluma, but there is a lot more kind of proactive strategies with those projects. And a lot of times the funding that they're getting for the housing is tied to that. We have a much harder time with the market rate, where we're kind of constantly saying, but you've got more parking than we require. You can go down to, this, or you're near Smart. You don't have to have any parking, that kind of stuff. And what the response always is the market. We can't rent them if we don't have. So it's that balance is what we see a lot with the housing development, if that's helpful.
The part of the data collection that I would like to see happen, it'd be nice if we could get it a different way. But if it was just for businesses, one thing we could do with the data is incentivize. As you mentioned, we could incentivize, okay, if you have a workplace and 50% of your employees actually live in town, there's some sort of bonuses of some sort, some incentive for that. Whether we work through Better Business Bureau or whatever. But with data, you can actually do something. So unless there's another way of collecting data and adding incentives for folks to hire folks that live in town versus outside of town, or bring in folks that actually can, or help them find jobs, because then you could say, you're the manager of this large apartment complex. Why don't we work with you to help find so that your guys, the folks there get jobs here in town. Let's help you do that and actually make them part of the solution, or incentivize that of some sort. So I don't know if incentive programs would work instead of counting or collecting data, but just having incentive programs would work better.
Well, I think the incentive could be within the emission reduction plan, right? It's not just data collection. There's a plan to meet your targets, and that can evolve over time. I think that's, to me, why this is one of the most important policy tools in the entire blueprint, is that the TDM policy per VMT cluster can evolve and modify and achieve its targets. And we're right now, in society, focused on the parking minimums thing. I know just in reading the book on parking right now that there's like 4 other things that could be done. Some of it is in number 15. Some of it is in micromobility, which is like 5 years away. And so if we want to encourage micromobility, the policy tool we have to do that is the TDM policy.
I have a proposal. This might sound kind of chicken, but could we phrase this, adopt a TDM policy for employers and or housing developments, and leave this for staff and consultants to develop, understanding what our goals are?
I'm trying to include the overlay zones, and I would also like to have this apply to affordable housing where the city refinances affordable housing bonds. This TDM policy needs to apply to as many people as possible.
But I think that's something for not us to figure out right now.
Yeah, but
if we just agree,
it was said that this is generally used in a new development context, which is not where our emissions are coming from, okay? They're coming from our existing developments. And so if we are serious about meeting our targets, and the TDM policy, which I don't think everyone agrees with me that it is a powerful tool, but if you at least accept the idea that it could be incredibly powerful, we need to recommend to the staff that it apply as broadly as possible. That's what I'm advocating for. Not as precise as what I'm saying, but that we need to think about how to apply it as broadly as possible.
So can we phrase it, adopt a TDM policy that applies as broadly as possible? Blah, blah, blah.
That, I think, helps me, at least. Again, just because when I worked in transportation planning many, many years ago, incentive programs, carpool programs did not work. People will go, nah, I'm just going to drive my car. I don't, this is how human behavior works. I just saw it fail over and over and over again. And I worked in these, I worked on a carpool incentive program and had very little uptake, even though we were giving out $50 gas gift cards. It's just people it's just really hard to run these guys. And the amount of manpower or person power you would need to implement this for all the employers and all the multifamily housing to track all this I just don't think it's feasible. But again, I know I'm a ranter, but I think by broadening the policy and saying that we do need a TDM policy. Like we clearly need one that is effective and that meets the goals of reducing VMT, but if we can allow for some flexibility. And I do agree it needs to be for existing housing and workplace, right? I think we definitely need a strategy. I think let's leave the actual nuts and bolts of it until later.
Let's ask our experts. Is there a way of collecting this information outside of this? In order to do the evaluate our total program, where we have to figure out how to reduce VMTs across the board or whatever we need to do, how do we? Because this is all about how do we actually keep accounting of it all, and how do we incentivize and motivate? Is there a different way of doing it than this, or is this the only way of doing something like this?
The most effective way to do this is a mandatory TDM policy that is required of new development. That's the most effective way. Voluntary programs are not nearly as effective as mandatory programs in this regard. That's like the science will back that up, generally speaking. Typically, the way that they're structured is that the business or employer, in the case of a non-residential project, would do the monitoring themselves through counts at the curb and other surveys, and then that's reported to the city. So the city itself isn't actually taking on that responsibility. The city's role is really to review how they're doing and then help them make adaptive actions as needed, if needed.
How about adopt the most effective, practicable TDM policy, ...
Probably apply, blah, blah. Okay. I'm happy with the discussion we had. I hope there is an agenda topic at this commission on this later this year, especially if it's a January 1, 2025 target. So I don't know if it's a joint meeting with Transit or Planning Commission or who, but I would certainly like us to take a crack at discussing this at some point this year. Number 15, this is my favorite. I guess maybe Councilmember Shribs, you had mentioned 14 being higher on the list. I don't know if people share the same passion that we do. Is anyone interested in advancing 14 and 15 higher on the list?
Well, I definitely think I'm puzzled that the date for 15 is 2 years distant. And I was curious about that because to my naive eyes, it doesn't seem as hard as some of the other ones. I could be wrong.
The new 15.
The new 15, yeah. I mean, you're going to have a year of political squabbling.
There will be riots in the streets when they implement paid parking downtown.
My understanding is that there will be a parking study done soon, but I'm not sure if it'll get done this year. So if Heather, you have more information on the
Yeah, we are doing, I think I brought this up last time, that we are doing a parking study and I think it's downtown. I don't know if it's solely downtown or if it's certain nodes to look at the availability, the use of parking. So that's a step.
That's specific to the disability parking though, and I thought that was the impetus of that.
I don't think so. I think it's broader than that. It's public parking. So it's, on streets and in the garages downtown. I feel like there was other areas, but I'm just not able to pull them off the top of my head. So it was looking at, when we came to the council to talk about parking reform, we acknowledged that changing regulations for private parking as part of projects is one piece of it. But the other piece of it is public parking, and that we have to, and the third piece of it is transit and bike ped, they kind of like all have to come together for it to be successful. So my recollection is that there is a date to kick off the parking study, and I think it is this year, but I can follow up because I just don't remember. But I know Bjorn's been working on it as a step.
So that's why I think the date is 27 instead of 25 or 26. That's coming. Unless you want to redo something of how to set policy and about around parking before the study can be completed.
I mean, I'm going to continue advocating for this before 2027. I don't know how much these dates actually are enforceable. So
I agree.
I will say, to add something to this, I would like to add a sentence before established. It's something to the effect of like, eliminate the subsidy of free parking, or, like, before we talk about the bad, we need to talk about what's worse, which is the free parking subsidy, and we need to eliminate that. So I don't know if we want to noodle on this one while we take a break, but this is gold here. Yeah.
I just want to 1000% agree and just say this is definitely one of those situations where I know it will never happen, but in my fantasy world, we know it's the right thing to do to make parking not free downtown, especially downtown. Do we need a study? I mean, like, we all, like, it's the right thing to do. I know that it's not going to happen, but just
say that.
Hey, if we all get up and make it happen, great. I'm all for it.
I got answer to my question. Downtown area parking management plan kicking off in spring 2024, complete in late 2024, early 2025. So that's the first. So
then could we maybe make 15 citywide then? It sounds like we can do downtown before 27, but I don't think we should stop at downtown.
And I also want to kind of like, there is so much that we're going to be doing. Like, I mean, I hope we can do everything faster than we say we are putting out there, but there's so much in this that I mean, my head is kind of spinning with how we're even going to do it. So every time something gets moved tighter, I think is something else going to slip, or are we just adding to what we're going to do in any given year? It's a lot. I mean, and if there are opportunities to do things faster, I think staff's going to do the best we can. And we also have that flexibility. And this was some of what wasn't meant as vagueness, but there are opportunities that come up that we don't see right now. And all of a sudden it's going to be like, oh my gosh, we have such great progress made on parking. Let's stay on that because we're almost there. We can get it done. And something else maybe isn't going to happen. That's going to slip by 6 months because we're going to finish this. I mean, or funding comes up where there's a great opportunity to get funding to develop your TDM. And we're like, yes, let's grab it and do that, even though we said we weren't going to do that till 2026 or whatever it is. So I just want to kind of continue to remind that there's a lot in here, and we're going to do.
Yeah,
our very
I mean,
best.
that's why I was beating 13. That it's if that one slips, like I don't, but at least. As long as I have a voice in this city, 14, 15, the dates are important to me. So.
Chair Peters?
Yes.
I just a call back to earlier in the meeting when I went out on my rant/lecture about the need for strategic planning and prioritization. I think that a lot of these timeframes are aspirational, but if the biggest suggestion that the Climate Action Commission gives us is figure out what's most cost effective and most effective from a greenhouse gas reduction standpoint and prioritize in that, make that happen. I mean, some of these things are years in lead time, but take those things into account when we go to prioritize. And so hit the things with the biggest, put the most resources to the places that have the biggest impact, or the quickest things that have minimal impact but are really easy to do. I think that feedback is received, and we can, if we have that understanding that we're going to try and do our best to meet these goals, while also, keeping that bigger picture of carbon neutrality by 2030 and getting there as fast as possible. I think that's what we're going to take into account. And, if it's June instead of July or January of 2027, but we still got it done, that still sounds like a win to me.
If I,
Yeah,
something, we're going to take a break here shortly. What's something I would like us to all, as you said, noodle on a little bit. I'd like to hear from Heather, if we could, on just what we said there. From planning, city planner. So this is really about city planning, prioritizing. What's the most doable thing in this whole list? From your viewpoint, from what you're seeing here in front of you of what's being asked by us citizens, and you're the professional city planner, knowing Petaluma as well as you do now, from your point of view, what's the most doable, easiest, quickest thing to actually get us at least halfway there?
It's not about there.
I know.
I feel like that's a little bit of a loaded question, right?
That's the question that we're being asked to do that. And while we're thinking about that, your opinion, what would be the one or two things that we really need to be focusing on?
Well, I think we have a lot of things in play. We need to finish the general plan.
Yeah.
Like that was something that, like, the last goals and priorities, general plan wasn't even on it. Housing element wasn't on it. The blueprint wasn't on it. And what, over the last year, what have I spent a lot of time on, and a lot of the city team has spent a lot of time on, is the general plan, right? And then, in my opinion, the zoning code update that we want to come right with or immediately after the general plan is really important. And many of these things get, like parking, like increasing density, regulations around to facilitate housing, a lot of those things that we talk about in here in other of our policy documents come into play when we do those two things. So in my opinion, that's like, we're working hard. We just did the flood and SLR modeling. I mean, that was a huge effort, and we're finally have it. So we've got so much momentum that, in my opinion, those two things are like key to moving all of these forward.
So basically, this is a good, nice list, but they're going to be incorporated into where the direction we're going with the general plan, and these things will get incorporated as they can be.
They are, but I also want to emphasize the general plan is not the fix everything. It is a policy document. It is the vision. It is the framework. But what often happens in a community when you're going through the general plan is, let's throw that into the general plan, and the general plan will do that, and the general plan will do that. It will not solve everything, but I think a lot of that reframing the vision and getting us teed up, we're working with a general plan that has some great stuff in it still, from 2008, and I think it took 7 years to adopt that general plan. It's got great stuff still in it, but there's also been so much change. We're in a completely different context than we were in 2000 to 2008. So
we'll, after we finish this process here,
this might be a good sidebar during the break. If we could take a short break and return, is 9:15 feasible for everyone? Is that okay? A short break, 9:15. I know everyone is a little daunted by the remaining list. Remember last time, the last half of the list took half an hour, so don't be too discouraged.
Thanks for reining in the cats.
That's his job.
That's why I wanted no part of it. Or reporting it, council.
You got it.
on original 13, new 16, it says identify barriers to large users and or sectors. I think that's good. I like the and or. The participate at the 100% renewable tier, I would propose changing that to identify barriers for large users and or sectors to purchase 100% renewable energy. Yeah.
Just because I work at a CCA, just might have a little insight here. Is there a PG&E option? Oh, there will be. Okay.
Right at some point.
At some. Well, I mean, there's the renewable portfolio standard. I think is it 2045 that actually kicks in? Or?
Yeah, there have been and will be options. I think the participate at the 100% renewable tier is a little too specific. I think to purchase 100% renewable energy achieves multiple angles of achieving that.
Enough said.
Yeah. 14, 17. This is a meaty one. I don't know if we have any changes on it. Council member?
Yeah, just looking at, just trying to do that at my house. I've tried to check out and looked at the costs of retrofitting and changing over even when I was in transition. And the cost was $5,000 extra more to do changing out to a new, and that's per appliance basically, to go all electric. And also to upgrade my electric panel to meet those demands, even though, and I'm talking about $10,000 to do that upgrade. So what you're asking is 85% of the population that we have here, especially all the folks that are just barely making it check to check, to basically come up with a minimum of $20,000 to $40,000 to do an upgrade of electricity. I think this is a little bit going to be absurd as far as the numbers go, and the expectation by 2028, that's just a few years, 4 years from now, to have 85% of our population retrofit as a mandatory thing. I would say by 2030, if we can get 50% to do it voluntarily just through transition, normal transition with incentives, that would be a much better goal. Because this is way out of line, mandatory. And the folks out there, one of the things when I went through an interview, I had all the contractors, basically all the builders, 20 of them sitting around there. And man, you do this, and they're just going to squawk like crazy.
So my interpretation of this is that it's to develop the strategy by 2028, and that's establishing a goal. It doesn't say mandatory, does it?
I think it's somewhere in between. It does say to retrofit 85% of existing homes and businesses to all electric by 2030.
Strategy.
Yeah, but
a strategy to
I just
do
don't.
that.
I think to the council member's point, it's just not possible.
But our task was to how do we get to carbon neutrality by 2030? I mean, right? That was our marching orders. And so that was what the blueprint showed. We kept looking at different scenarios and it didn't get us there and it didn't get us there. So yes, it's a huge effort, but that was our task to say, how do we get there? And the path to there was 85% retrofit.
That's why I think that this isn't possible outside of what the city controls.
And I will add just on the electrification, we are trying to look at, equity considerations. We're trying to look at funding. Are there opportunities to, buy things in bulk to bring costs down? So there's lots of things that we're talking about. It's not, because I've been talking about it, I know that it's not, there's not an easy one, it is a multi-prong strategy. So we can try and we can do everything we can to do the education and the incentives and the regulatory, and get us as far as we can.
Yeah, I don't really think it's our job to be practical. That's their job. We need to set the expectations and we need to set them ambitiously.
But wait, if we set this expectation and they fall way, way short of it, should they be held to account for something that is not possible?
But it's not. This is a community-wide aspiration. You know, this isn't the city's. Technically, the city's responsibility to do this. The city's responsibility is to create a strategy, create incentives, and to make it easier.
I hear you.
Community members are going to have to step up and do it. So it's on the community. It's not, in my view, it's on the community to do this, and it's on the city to explain why. You know,
I hear all that. This is not possible.
So
I guess I'm hearing more specifically the January 1, 2026 date being a little overly ambitious.
Sure.
Is that
there we go.
I also, we're having a broader topic on 17, I guess, than the specifics of the topic. While we're on the broader thing, the 25% EV, if we were to increase that, does that make a less ambitious number in this more achievable to meet the overall goal?
No, not necessarily, right? Because it's two different sectors of emissions that you're tackling. So it would help on your SOV rate. And I just want to ask a follow-up: is the issue just having the 85%? Because we actually don't have targets in many of the other strategies, and I realize it's sort of non-parallel in reading it tonight. Is that the primary issue, right? Developing the strategy is not the issue, and developing that timeline is not the issue. It's just you're noting the percent by that time period. Is that right?
I just think the 85 is just not like, unless we have a king or queen and we suspend everything and we just do that. I don't know. There's a city in New York that they're doing a municipal tax thing to get everyone a heat pump. That is a strategy.
And we could take out the 85%. We could say to maximize, retrofits of existing buildings.
I think that's perfect. Yes, let's do the best we can.
Target, though. I think it's
a majority.
I'm just going to point out that there's this graph here that says what does it take, and we're supposed to be aiming for what does it take, and that's what it takes.
Yeah.
I think
I would say either way, thumbs up. But I think what they're doing is exactly what we asked them to do, which is to be ambitious and to go for it as hard as we can.
Yeah, I think people need to know. The community needs to know. This is what needs to happen.
Well, and we have to change the dialogue. Yeah, it's not like, oh, staff, you didn't succeed. You didn't hit 85%. We're not going to be able to do it single-handedly. I think we have to shift the way we're thinking. I get it. This is something that I've been thinking about a lot. And it's every time we try to take a step forward, there's 8 different kind of inputs that are you can't do that until you solve this, and you can't do that until you. So I get it. But to your point, that's exactly, we felt like the marching orders were come up with a plan that gets us to carbon neutrality in 2030. And so this is what it takes, and it is massive.
It's aggressive,
but
extremely aggressive.
Councilmember?
Yeah, just to add to that. So one of the things that Paul G may be coming from a different world than we're thinking. This is the area that he's really referring to, that I totally agree with him on this one, and with a lot of other people. And after looking at other places, I went to Florida to see what they're doing. And the costs the burden that we're asking our citizens to do, to sacrifice for this cost burden, to be the example. We're going to reach this goal, and we're going to reach it first. We're going to be the leaders. In order to do that, we're asking our citizens who are barely making it, because just from my personal experience having to try, for me to do this between now and then, you're asking me to spend $20,000 to do this, even though I've upgraded and did everything, Just to change my gas furnace to an electric furnace in my house, I have to upgrade my panel. And they said from a 200, a 200 is not going to make it because I've got to, I have to go up to a 400 or 300 to 400 amp panel. And minimum cost $15,000 for an electrician to put in that size of a panel. That's what I was told by 2 different electricians. So I know this sounds crazy, but when you add in the cost of this retrofit, it's a minimum per household, pretty much throughout our town, especially on the east side where everything was kind of built very basic and doesn't meet standard now. They don't meet the standard right now with the number of size of panels that they have. Asking 85% of the population of houses, of our 20,000 houses, we're talking about more than 15,000 houses are going to have to spend more than $20,000 to meet this goal. And so you may disagree with the cost there, but those are things that I was being quoted.
So,
Commission Member Ashley?
I think this meeting is not about how we're going to do it. That is not our job in this meeting today. Our meeting is, what is the goal? That is our meeting. The goal is 85%. It doesn't matter. All of the how is stuff that is going to be happening after this meeting. It is possible. Is it likely? Maybe not. But if we don't even try, we have to set our goals ambitiously.
Edminster?
Yeah. So, John, I disagree. I don't think this means we're asking 85% of our homeowners to absorb the cost. It means we're targeting the goal of retrofitting 85% of homes, and the money for those who need it should come from elsewhere, like federal grants. So let's be clear that no, clearly there are many, many, many Petaluma residents who cannot absorb that cost. That's very clear. It's coming up with the money that is the job.
I'll go on my high horse here for a second. We haven't talked about adaptation yet, and we may at a future point. I'd like to remind everyone there's basically a single natural gas pipeline from Canada to Petaluma that provides all of the gas for all of our community, and one major earthquake takes that out. And so the amount of ambition we're talking about in Plan Bay Area 2050, 100% of Plan Bay Area 2050 includes major earthquake damage. Okay, and so when considering that and the infrastructure we have, I don't know how much of this is public information, but all of Marin County was very close to not having natural gas based on that mudslide, right? And the public needs to be aware of that. And so the cost of this infrastructure is meaningful. And so we can talk about the cost and the level of ambition all day, but we're not talking about the sunk costs and the other costs. It sounds like we want to take out the number 85 and replace it with, a significant number needed to achieve our climate targets or something like that. So I think we have some consensus there. I would welcome a discussion on if we want to do January 1, 2026, or if we want to leave that up to council goals and priorities. This does seem like a major lift, and relative to everything else seems way more difficult to do. And so in the rank order of priority, this is possibly lower from a timeline perspective, but still meaningful. And the last thing I'll say is that with the Zero Home presentation, what stood out to me was the significant amount of natural gas used in the schools. And we're only talking 24 schools to achieve not the same level of impact as retrofitting all the houses, but maybe a third of the impact, and that's when we can all agree that decarbonizing the schools is very achievable, and doable. And so, when we start with that mentality and then half the people in the school do the same thing, then suddenly this starts to make sense.
Thanks, Ben. I really appreciate the sentiment, and I do want to make sure I'm not a total Debbie Downer here. At my last house, we were able to decarbonize at least get rid of everything but our space heater on a 100 amp panel, and that included solar and an EV. So, you know, it was just two of us in the house. But I'm just trying to say, like, and we did it all for $5,000. So, you know, a lot is achievable, and I don't want to make it sound like it's not, a lot of this is not possible. I just, it's just hard for me because I see the challenges that are coming, especially what I really think is like the profound level of challenge is going to be at the infrastructure level, when you go from the substation to the transformers, you get just gigantic bottlenecks that arise. And I know that some of that's out of our control and we should be aspirational. So I definitely take that point. So if you want to leave in the 85%, I'm a little more open now. You know, it's like shoot for the moon and you hit the stars kind of thing. So, you know, I'm open to whatever the consensus of the group is on this.
To me, it's a cornerstone for a reason. You know, there's a huge amount of emissions here, and it's really hard. And it's kind of like, you know, until you start, you're not going to get it done. You know, and we need to get it done. So let's start.
The 2026 date for the first two is.
I think that's for the strategy, right? It's not for implementing anything. I'm okay with it.
I'm just. You know, I think we talked about 6 different strategies already, and so
you're saying you want to move it up, or you want to
move it back? Yeah.
No, I don't want to move it back. It's 1.5 years to evaluate, create a strategy. I think that's reasonable. I mean, we have so many resources here in our community on this particular issue. Personally, I think it's fine.
Yeah. If we were to remove the 85%, then I would say the entire list of cornerstones should have a framing statement that says, consistent with our 2030 goal, establish targets for each of these items that is, you know, consistent with achieving that goal.
Right. Don't water down that.
Yeah.
target.
And then a secondary thing, in terms of the dates, honestly, these are all cornerstones. That means we think they all need to be started as soon as possible, put in place as soon as possible. And so I'm kind of with Patrick on this one. It's like, yeah, staff's going to do, and Heather, what you said as well. Things are going to move forward as they can. Some things are going to jump ahead. Some going to lag behind. I'm not going to be really hung up on any of these dates. They're all sort of ASAP as far as I'm concerned. So I don't want us to haggle on dates. That's my position.
Okay. The last thing I'll advocate is advocating bullet point 3 be made bullet point 1. I think actually if this is going to happen, it's through the Bay Rent Direct Install program, and people should think about that first.
I second that. And also your earlier point, this says homes, businesses, and schools. Let's add in schools, because that's not a business.
Just commercial properties, something like that.
It's not commercial either.
Yeah, school, yeah.
Well, I was going to actually, for school, it's going to add down to the number 18, make that more of a broader school yard thing, and include the electrification of school buildings in that one.
I think let's keep the moving up the bullet point 3 and adding the school, and let's move on to number 15. Councilmember Shribs, I know this gets into one of the 4 groups that you had gone on a comment on at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the old 15
Yeah.
versus 18?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so now we're talking about another cross-departmental task force to do something. So again, so now we have another group of folks. So how many different groups of folks are we going to have doing different things? So if we just spread this out, and it's probably going to be the same people that are on the team, that are going to be also the coordinators, that are also going to be working with the folks coming in, the stakeholders. So
we already have this
already have this?
Task force. Task force feels like a bigger name, but there's a group of staff across many departments that meet regularly on many of these. So I think that's why it changed from established to utilize the city's existing cross-departmental task force.
So is this the same as already established, and we call it the Climate Action Team, which is already on the front one or two things?
No, this is a group of staff from planning, building, fire, legal, city and climate action that meet regularly to talk about, the codes coming down, the case law coming out, what should we be focusing on, what's the biggest bang for our buck, what's going to be easy to move forward with and not get us into...
Would it be helpful if we named this task force? I don't know if it has a name or needs a name.
No, it's a group of staff. That's why I was saying task force feels a little... I'm on the task force.
It's but
it's a group of staff that meets regularly on these items. So I think that was the intention of changing from established to just like utilizing that existing group of staff that is already meeting to continue to meet and move these items forward.
I just have one comment. I thought this item belonged better in the first intent group because it's all staff organizational stuff, which is what the first intent group was.
That
Aligned
makes sense
department
to me.
resources and staffing.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But I don't care deeply about it. Where it lives.
This is still a cornerstone action, though, then?
Yes.
Okay.
I meant I didn't care about where it lives that much.
Okay.
It's a suggestion.
Okay, 16 and 19, the water item.
New 16 or
new 16, old 19.
the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Old 16.
Yeah.
Column 1.
Yeah. If I may?
Please.
All right. I just want to add, because this is just looking at increasing water conservation. The other half of it is storage and groundwater. So besides just which all have implications for climate change actions. So just to include in here, besides increasing conservation, you also need to increase water holding capacity. And we already have the GSAs working on the groundwater plan, so at least mention it in here and say, we're going to do all three of those. Conserve water, save water, and plan for better groundwater use throughout. So just to have it more comprehensive. It's the only thing I would recommend.
Okay, yeah. I have comments on this one, but I'll save those for the water management, the water master plan, which I think is why the date is so ambitious. I don't know if we want to mention the water master plan in here. But anyway, that's the water master plan is coming. So, column, yeah.
Just to kind of tag on to Councilmember Shrib's comment, the stormwater that he's mentioning as the groundwater recharge, it'd be nice to pull the stormwater over into the supply conversation in the column there in number 19.
And I believe those things are going to be in our general plan anyway there. So just have sync in with everything that way.
Just keep it simple. Yeah.
Okay, column 117 got split into a couple different things. I guess the ad hoc, if you...
I guess I can speak to this. I mean, I think that the intent was to broaden the responsibilities of public works to include natural systems and to rebalance the focus and effort on green infrastructure and to reduce the focus and dependence on gray infrastructure. So that's kind of why really the emphasis on developing a department or a working group in public works was because the CIP budget is such a big part of the city budget and such a big part of the work we do, that natural systems always ends up kind of falling. It's like the turnip that fell off the truck or something. It's just not in the conversation enough. So, so that was the intent there. And so, 2021, 22 kind of misses that effort, because it doesn't really talk about where these things live. Are they living in Parks and Rec? Where are they living? Who's responsible for them? So I definitely feel like this is kind of a watering down of the intent of 17. And then I would say specifically, if folks wanted to move forward with 2021, 22, that we add some focus on wildlife corridors being an important component of number 22, for example. And that the intent statement in the far right column lists enhanced habitat. So the intent is to manage open space, working land, city parks, and public spaces to support enhanced habitat, local sequestration, So, yeah.
I'd like to pile on a little bit and just add some color to what Ann said about the reason we suggested the department. I think that this area is perhaps one of the most challenging parts of city organization to shift culture around, again, from gray infrastructure to green infrastructure, and from sort of an engineering orientation to a natural systems holistic orientation. So however that's tackled, I think there needs to be a very intentional change somehow, change of name, change of mission statement that accompanies all this in order to accomplish that, because I work with engineers. Need I say more?
Councilmember?
I fully support what the two Anns just said entirely. Coming from that world, come from the non-engineering environmental world. So, but I totally agree. I do work with engineers and computer scientists, computer programmers, so I know also. But maybe in the natural systems area, so have that inclusive and then under natural systems, have these things, the wildlife corridors included, have the sequestration of land there, have the Sponge City down there, water harvesting, but above that 19 above in B column where you have the water supply and everything, that you may consider that a little bit different as water supply, but if you go to water as the natural system of water and have the natural system of water be included in this natural resources area, so natural resources all get combined together. So we end up with a land, open space, which is also biodiversity. So we include life, we include land, and we include water. So those are three keys to make it more, and then we have the forest in there. So all of those get put together in the group of natural systems and emphasizes natural system management entirely. And so the water management would be, this is where you'd have the extra ponding for flood control, you'd have maybe even support reservoir systems for that as a resource down the road for adaptation. You'd also have all the other policies managing the groundwater would also be included in that, because that's natural system management, as well as the flood control management systems, which has already been done. So by calling it all natural resources systems management, and then getting all of these categories under it as a single item, saying this is a big item, might be to emphasize that, and hopefully, again, have a restructuring of city staff from a engineering focused to a natural systems, maybe in addition at least, if not a separate system or incorporated. Because I know from a long-term, city management is all about maintaining infrastructure that is physical. That's roads, pipes, water, electrical, all that's that's normal. But in the old days, it was the natural systems, because that was the basis of life, and how the town grew was all around agriculture and natural systems. That was actually the basis, and what we now do is it's all underground, basically, or ground, and housing and building and structures. So again, we have to go back to where we were 100 years ago in philosophy. Anyway, so I just thought to emphasize that. That's a huge shift in what we're doing now.
I mean, I think we're all up here in agreement. I recall at the last meeting there was some hesitation in what we could advocate for in terms of creating a new city department and the practical reality of that. So I
think what we were trying to focus on is what is our objective, not exactly how do we structure it in the city government. So so a lot of your feedback is that change and that attention to certain things, whether that is a new department or I don't know. But that's what we were trying to get kind of away from, is not exactly how to do it, this department under this director called this, but what are we trying to accomplish? So what I'm hearing is that kind of the nature-based and the moving from gray infrastructure, green to green infrastructure, those kind of the natural systems. I don't know if that'll all live under one department. Like, we are talking a lot about open space, and you manage and you think about open space much differently than you think about a park. We have a recreational park, right? Mm-hmm. But that piece might, I don't know, live under public works, and maybe we do get an urban forester, but maybe that person lives under community development. So that's been staff's kind of attempt, is to not call out exactly how in the structure of the city organization it gets implemented, but get the intent of where we're trying to get to.
I think we try to be very flexible and very creative on how we approach it. And so if the how is kind of, if you trust us to figure out the how and focus on the what, I think that we can come up with solutions where we want the same, our goals are aligned. We want the same thing. So if we have that ability to do the how, we might be a little bit more effective.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the notion of it being kind of like a pillar of community values, like taking care of our natural environment, connecting our natural systems, supporting wildlife, like that's a core Petaluma value, and it plays into the whole climate conversation in a lot of different ways, but one of the ways that I think that's most culturally significant is that people take care of what they love, and this is what people love. They love their parks and their open space and the geese and the river and et cetera, et cetera. And so if we do a better job of supporting and taking better care of our natural systems, then it's going to inspire Petalumans to take better care of Petaluma and our natural environment.
Did you guys get the feedback you wanted, and you guys feel heard on this? Okay. I don't, I'm not going to say I don't have a horse in this race, knowing the people who created the original river enhancement plan, back in 96. So, but I talk with them about it regularly, and I'm surprised and excited we actually do that by January 1, 2027. So great. Moving on. Anyone, the last couple ones, I guess, deserve a little bit as much attention as we focus on the rest of the document. I guess you had mentioned 18.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you kept this in as we wrote it, but now this is the one area that I thought we kind of didn't nail as a cornerstone, which is that I think we should have been broader. Like, we should have talked about green schoolyards and green schools, not just carbon gardening campaign for schools. And that schools being kind of the best place to demonstrate decarbonization and carbon gardening and, you know, getting off fossil gas and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and so that it's a great place to go all in as a community to demonstrate these things. So anyway, that's I would rewrite this to be green schoolyards, kind of soup to nuts. You know, resiliency centers, community hubs, electrification of buildings, demonstration of landscapes. Like, yeah,
I like that, and I'm glad you added resiliency center because that's something that's come up many times over the years.
A cooling place, a place to gather if there's a, you know, if there's an emergency.
Yeah.
Like, I think the schools are just so integral, and, you know, you can do anti-idling things there and carpooling and, you know, anyway, it just feels like it's one of those levers that's a really effective one.
Maybe we could scrap this one and make it schools and community centers that can do all these things, because it isn't just schools. I mean, Lucchese could be like that too. And
that's true. I think that's true. I mean, I think if people have places to go in their life where they can see all these things coming together, I think it's really powerful.
I think that, you know, schools are, you know, they're public facilities also, so they, you know, they have that accountability as well. But I mean, if you're thinking about, in one of the grants I was looking at recently, they talked about third places as places that you go to gather as communities. You know, it could be places of worship as well, in addition to community centers. So, you know, maybe we could broaden this to include those types of facilities as, you know, as we find willing partners.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Does everybody like that one?
Okay, just to add there, the school's already started an environmental literacy program. Just this last year, I know a couple of us are already participating in that. Meeting's coming up next Tuesday for that. And it's already based on a proclamation by the school board a couple of years ago that climate change is going to be part of the whole education system. And so that's being brought back and has a lot more support this time than the last couple of times it's been tried. So rather than us creating it, we should not be creating it. We should be supporting the school system, which creates this. And since this program is already in existence right now and being worked on, we just need to support it and promote it and make sure that we work with the school district for implementing not only their education program, but also support them in their grounds also become green, like what we want for the regenerative grounds, for the lack of herbicides, for all that. So just take out the word create and just say support the school system's environmental literacy campaign and climate change actions campaign, which already exists. So we don't need to create it. And which has all these other benefits that are included in here that get covered in there. But their focus is climate change in the education part of it. So we just have to support.
Well, I think the wording as is good in 23. This is create or support. And if instead of schools and neighborhoods, we say, as Patrick suggests, third places. So it's more inclusive, then it depends. If it's a city facility, it's create. If it's not a city facility, it's support.
That'd be fine.
These might be places to do affordable EV chargers too. You know, making schools resource centers. That might be a more affordable place to do that.
That was a lot of feedback. You can work with that, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
I guess we're on the last one here. 19 and, well, it's now several of them. Yeah. It's
good to me.
Okay.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
There are a couple things that I think didn't quite make it over into column B. And again, maybe the idea was they would somehow be embedded in these, and I don't know, but E, I didn't see reflected, and F, I didn't see reflected. And in G, It's been limited to public property only, city-owned property only. And some of the other municipalities that have taken this approach have included private property. I believe Millbrae is one of these. And I would like us to see, I'd like to see Petaluma follow that lead.
Okay, I can add a few. Okay, just on where it goes over to 24 for ecology and zero waste, we need to emphasize the collection and composting of all organic waste from their waste management. That has to be emphasized in there. So the whole organic waste and composting needs to be included. When we're talking about edible, not just edible food recovery, but also composting of food waste, all organic waste. Then also in there, plastics, getting a plastic reduction program going could be adopted. It's a disposable foodware ordinance. So the goal of reducing single-use plastics throughout, whenever possible. So single-use plastics, which uses lots of carbon, it gets reduced down. So wherever we can reduce that through our ordinances or through our programs or education. Then on the 25, I didn't have, actually I support that. But on 26, this is where I have a problem with the whole definition of what integrated pest management is versus the elimination of all synthetic chemicals. The whole point of integrated pest management is using all tools in the best manner possible to get the maximum benefit from which includes reduced carbon footprint. And there's lots of cases where using synthetics chemicals, such as maybe using laundry detergent to clean your clothes, whatever. We use huge amounts of chemicals in our house and everything. So using chemicals, banning them outright, it's just, you don't even talk about, it's no longer an integrated pest management program. It is a completely organic and manual labor program. No longer, you can't even call it integrated at that point. So if you're going to go with the words integrated pest management, please know that means using all possible tools to get the maximum benefit with the minimum input, with the least damage, with the maximum output, which includes health for humans and for the soil. So in many cases, so if you're talking about no-till farming, which changed the whole soil structure from the 1930s on, which finally by 1980 it went from 10% use to about 90% use throughout the entire Midwest. We're talking about millions and millions of acres. And no-till farming, which saved huge amount of soil and soil health and all that, which is totally dependent on certain herbicides and insecticides to make it work. So,
are you proposing to modify 26?
So this is my specialty. So
yeah, I mean,
I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're asking here. Is the language is oxymoron.
You're saying don't use IPM.
I say if you're going to say don't use synthetics, don't even use the words IPM.
Well,
if you want to go organic and manual program, then that's a whole different thing. That's not about carbon reduction or emissions.
But is there like a state mandate to have this type of document and it has to be called this name?
No.
Okay.
No, this was one of the council's top 10 goals to update our integrated pest management plan. The feedback that we've received to date from the community members is to include the elimination of synthetic herbicides in that. So, but I mean, ultimately, it's going to go to council for decision on that. So we tried to be reflective of what the feedback has been to date, but ultimately, council will make the decision on what that looks like.
Yeah.
John, I think from my experience, the IPM plan isn't always the same everywhere. So I think the fact that we're specifying we want to eliminate these things is probably the most significant piece. Do you agree with the elimination of synthetic herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers?
Absolutely not. Because they're tools, just like if you've got soap in your sink to wash your dishes, you are using a synthetic material to clean your dishes. So you want to remove soap, do you want to remove shampoo? Do you want to remove all of your other chemicals that you have in your kitchen and in your garage? Because if you're going to do this, you might as well do all that too. If you're going to remove all synthetic chemicals from the whole landscape, then you better get them out of the households too, because that's the higher issue and the more risk and more problems and more cancers coming from chemicals in your house than chemicals in the landscape. So do you want to eliminate all your chemicals entirely?
I mean, I guess seeing all the signs around town and understanding this is like a very large topic, is it necessary to have it be a cornerstone action? I mean, it's going to go before the council anyway, and there's already work on it.
I can explain why we included it as a cornerstone action. Is basically that there's so many pollutants that are essentially destroying the health and resilience of our natural systems at the same time that we have climate change impacting our natural systems. So if we want, wildlife populations or pollinators, if we need pollinators, we're going to have to reduce the toxic loading, and so the idea of removing the spraying of chemicals in outdoor environments is to reduce the toxic loading that's impacting already impacted populations.
Right. What I'm suggesting is, from my science background, which I studied this, there's more loading from the chemicals inside your house than there is from all this stuff. And people talk about these things, they're the bugaboos because they're so well used out there. But it's actually for city folks, the chemicals that from your furniture, under your sink, that you're putting on your body, your detergents, whatever it is, your antiperspirants, all the chemicals that you use on your body, all the prescription drugs you put in your body are thousands and thousands of times higher risk for toxic load to you personally than all the pesticides in the world.
Right, but I wasn't talking about
the data. I've got the data to show you that.
No, but the point was the impact on natural systems, not on people.
And also what the city controls versus what residents control.
So, and I do think that the idea is to reduce the amount of pollutants, basically, whether it's carbon or Roundup or, antibiotics that are getting flushed down the toilet, or whatever it is, that we're more mindful of the amount of pollutants that we're putting out into an already stressed environment.
I'm saying that's an urban myth, and the real toxins are the asphalt in your roof, asphalt on the roads, rubber on your tires, the chemicals in the seats that you sit on, in your furniture and in your car, and all the plastics in your car. That's where the pollutants are coming from.
So
I'm saying, if you want to balance it, we need to talk about all the chemicals, not just a specific category that people are blaming inappropriately.
So would it work to change the term synthetic to toxic / polluting?
Those are easily eliminated because that's not part of what would get used.
Okay.
I mean, that solves my issue.
I look forward to the city council discussion on this topic.
Can I also just say, good job on coming up with an innovative solution there, Ann.
Just as an agronomist from that world, city thought versus rural thought is totally different on this subject.
I heard a compromise, and I will keep it. And on 25, the part about the allowing equipment to be charged through the day, what is that? And I don't like the word ban, and I think 2 meetings ago it was like implement a public safety thing to phase out, or I don't. This is number 25 is one we're going to get the unnamed people that came earlier today with pitchforks. So we have to be careful about what we're trying to do here with this.
I think there's an equal number of people pretty much ready to ban them.
When the group was first, we had 2 or 3 public comments trying to advocate that this happen quicker. I think we somewhat, well, I don't know if we met their desire to have it happen quicker, but I guess first question on the electric charging throughout the day.
Yeah, so we often find in talking to contractors, one of our staff is their partner works for a contracting company, and they've transitioned to electric equipment, is that they need places to charge them during the day, right? Because for some of their work, they'll blow through their batteries quickly, and they need to charge them. So that's often a barrier for contracted landscaping companies who are doing a lot of the work in the community. So it actually it's a pretty big issue for them. And then I would just say on the banning of gas-powered lawn and garden equipment, it did come from the recommendation from the ad hoc committee. I will say it was probably one of the comments that we received most frequently in the public comments from the community members. And obviously there's a particular group of folks who were commenting, but there were a lot of comments specifically supporting that effort.
I wonder if the word facilitating might be better than allowing, because allowing sounds like permit, like maybe otherwise it would be disallowed. And as for ban, could we say implement a phase-out plan?
Yeah, I mean, I like that language better. Yeah, I also think Councilmember Shribs, this is your opportunity to get your battery program swapping thing going. So, I don't know if we need to say that here in number 25, but if that is the best practice to allow to facilitate like a battery swapping station, then we should do that and be one of the first cities to do that.
Yeah, so we're not standardized in which batteries used for which pieces of equipment, so we can't do a battery swapping station yet at this point in time, but just facilitate, or would be a good word to use just for our city, because talk to the maintenance folks here in the city who would like to switch, who think they might have to switch over. They don't want to right now, but if they have to, they're going to need to carry a minimum of 4 batteries per blower, and more if you've got edgers and the like to do that, or a couple thousand feet of cord to bulk or to carry around. So trying to facilitate so that there is charging, so even charging through vehicles, if they're whatever it takes within our city staff, so that we actually have that included in our charging stations, would be actually charging station for those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think this language suggestions is getting through, like facilitate and coordinate versus allow. So that clarified my comment. My last piece here, I guess we can do, and we have two things still on the agenda, I guess, but I think we added a number. There was like an omitted number, but we potentially merged one. I don't know if anyone cares that the Cornerstone action list be like around 30 or a clean 25. Do people? I'm the only one that cares about that. Okay. Noted. Okay.
We just want to go to sleep.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is commission member comment. I will start on my right. Commission member Atchley.
No comment.
Okay. No comment? No comment? Okay. I will make the comment. We are doing some coordination with members of the community, including the schools and Cool Petaluma, to identify youth commission candidates. So we have 2 vacancies for the next round of appointments. We are working actively to recruit some, youth commission members who will stick it out for their term. So did you want to? Yeah.
Sorry, I did have one comment that I wrote down. I just wanted to say that I think that the synthesis that you guys did was pretty great. And I love that you had, like, the way that you structured it even was so easy to read, and like with the intent on the one side and like so I just wanted to like acknowledge like how much work was put into that and how you really were taking in people's feedback, and thank you for doing that and making it very clear for us to understand what you did. That's it.
Okay, that was my commission on the Youth Commission. Dave, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, just we do have the environmental literacy education group for the school, for the Petaluma City School System, meeting next Tuesday. I just was last night went to the meeting by Relief, which is had its first meeting about the $1 million grant that was received, and to present to the public the first phase of what's going to be worked on, and it's going to be the east side walkway that goes from Corona Road all the way to Casa Grande Road all the way to Corona School. And there's several patches of city-owned land along the path. So the path and that landscape over the next 3 to 5 years will be planted mostly in smaller trees, which will allow them to take the time to grow, and working with the city to manage that. So anyway, that was the first meeting. But it's going to be essentially re-oaking Petaluma with 750 oak trees, plus possibly a lot more as the first phase of that grant. But there's going to be other phases with residential. So that's all a good thing. And just for my, I just said I was on a voyage, and I got to visit 4 other cities going around. And just the takeaway, besides the roads being severely what we would call country roads, they call highways, but also just looking at their infrastructures and what they have the capacity to transition, like what we're trying to do here. I think it's hugely marvel that we're doing what we're doing here. It's huge what we're doing. We have the ability, we have the adaptability, but it's going to be very hard for the cities that I visited to transition like we are. And so anyway, I just thought I was totally impressed what a great city we have here, and the resources we have, the staff, the monies, the population, educated population, and the ability to do everything we do here. So I'm so grateful to be here. Okay, so I thought I'd just leave with that.
I did have one thought I'd like to share about the youth commissioners. Since we haven't been very successful in retaining them and retaining their engagement so far, I wondered if in recruiting we could be very specific about the dates of meetings, the lengths of meetings, the need for them to provide for their own transportation, the expectation of them participating in ad hocs in addition to meetings, and length of term. Just, really try and tighten the thumb screws a little bit so that, and, like if you're in sports, don't bother. If you're in band, don't bother. This has just not been realistic. So personally, I would probably say I would consider it a failed experiment and not bother. But if we're going to bother, I think we need to be really, really clear that this is a serious commitment. Oh, and also they should be willing to come prepared with opinions, to come prepared to represent what the student population's sentiments are on these issues. Just flesh out the expectation as thoroughly as possible to improve the likelihood of success.
Commissioner Member Ashley, what's the name of the group that has the partnership with the schools? And they have like a dozen interns
CTE,
or something.
Is that what you're talking about?
What's that?
CTE.
Is that it?
Dan Osterman.
Yeah, what was the name of the group though? It was like Climate Action for Schools.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Climate Action for School. Something like that. Yeah.
So anyway, there's like a dozen interns that have raised their hand and are like full on interns at the schools, working with the schools to help the schools do climate action. And so the idea is to recruit from that pool of interns.
Are those interns themselves high schoolers?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is the term for the high school?
It's in the, I think it's 2 years or the youth commission members.
Maybe we should change it to 1.
Yeah, I think 1. Yeah.
Could we reduce it to 1 year?
We had to amend the bylaws, or it took a council action to add the commission members. So any changes to that's also going to need to go to council. And you know, this isn't on the agenda for discussion, but I just never thought for if that does come up again is potentially including a change to the age requirements, that it could be, you know, it could even include college students. I mean, it's not, you know, there's more flexibility there potentially, and just as much investment in the future as somebody that's 2 years younger than them. So
that's, I mean, is it realistic to get that done before the next recruitment cycle?
I believe recruitment's going to start this spring.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can try to be creative.
Okay.
If we hear, again, that goes back to you tell us what, and we'll try and figure out how. So if that's a priority.
I mean, the shortening the term is, you know, a nice to have, because you could always fill a vacancy annually, you know, and that's, I think, what we've done, or at least what we need to do. The age bump is, I think, would be pretty effective.
Yeah. And I think having a 2 year, maybe there's some kind of, creative fudging around the language that would enable us maybe to get more high school seniors at least. If it's assumed to be a 2 year, then we'd only get juniors.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Or seniors that want to stay local to go to college or whatever. But yeah, understood.
I think 1 year is.
That's much more realistic. Yeah.
Okay, the last item is the staff report, or the staff comment.
Yes, I have a lot to report, but I think in the interest of time, I'll try and limit it. So with all these Cornerstone actions we just spent the past 4 hours discussing, there is a lot actually happening right now, and a lot of things that we're very proud about. I know that the chair requested information about the Siserco energy audits, where we're looking at all our different facilities and trying to figure out how we can both, do energy conservation, energy efficiency, renewable energy, fuel switching. That's well underway. I think we're just about to getting the results of the investment grade audit. The preliminary results are looking like a focus on about 8 or 9 measures, which include the building lighting and controls, transformers upgrades, heat pumps, heaters for emergency generators. So there's apparently, emergency generators need a heating source, and some of those larger ones can be converted to heat pumps to provide that heat instead of other methods. Just broadly, HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning upgrades, including fuel switching from natural gas to heat pumps. Building envelope measures, including window film, building management system upgrades, plug load controls, so individual plugs inside there, having more control over those and trying to eliminate phantom loads and loads that don't need to be going on off hours and such. And water conservation, because there's a nexus between the amount of water used and energy used to both, bring that water there and process it afterwards. So those are the main measures we're looking at, and they would be throughout city facilities. So we're trying to look at measures that we can kind of package together. We're not sure if it's going to be like, okay, here's everything in City Hall, and that's a bid, or if it's like lighting for the whole city, and we'll package that together. We haven't kind of decided on that approach, but that should be coming soon.
Is there an opportunity to like bring the results or that to this commission?
I was going to say, and also to look at the economics of that, and I think
Okay.
that would be the opportunity to, if nothing else, daylight it to the commission. And
Yeah,
I
mean, because
understand
we had a
expertise.
huge conversation around the like 85% building, and it's like if we here's the city, here's the numbers, and it's like very approachable.
Yeah. So I think that would be a reasonable thing. I don't know timing. I don't know if it'll be ready for next month or what, but I will, if it is available next month and I can bring it, then I will. Switching gears from Sizerco, we're also working with a company called Willdan to do water heater replacements. So heat pump water heaters replacing natural gas water heaters all throughout the city. There's something like 20 some odd water heaters that we're going to be replacing through that program. Low cost and or no cost for that to the city. So that's kind of a huge, and that's through a PG&E program. Well, there's a variety of funding sources, but PG&E provided the funding for Willdan, and we were able to piggyback on that procurement, that process to get them to help us. But it's looking pretty good on that. So I think we're moving forward on that. That is going to happen this year. So we're really excited about that. Lots of stuff with EVs. I don't know. My attention span is waning right now. We have EV master plan underway with MV5. As was discussed, we're getting into designs on those facilities to support our full build out of EVs. We continue to purchase EVs where it's practical and where we have the funding for it. One of the more exciting ones lately is the Chevy Blazer EV has gotten its Pursuit Ready certification. So we're going to pilot one of those with the police department and a second one if possible so that we can get multiple, cycles through the shifts there. We'll see. But at least one, I think we're either have placed that order or going to be very shortly. And we've got a couple other pool EV cars for community development that are going to be replacing one broken vehicle and another fossil fuel gasoline vehicle. So we do that as we can. On the solar realm, the community center and community sports field, if you've been by there lately, you've seen the solar arrays that have gone up there, those canopies above the field in the community center and near the baseball diamonds at the community sports field. I believe that we're just one of the last things in there is trying to get the interconnect scheduled with PG&E. We have to shut down the community center to make that happen, and we thought we had a date and had closed the community center, but PG&E wasn't able to accommodate us. I'm seeing laughing up there, so this doesn't sound like a unique story to us, but
It's really ready to interconnect, though.
it's very, I think we would have interconnected at the end of last month for community center, and it would have been this week for the community sports field. But it's looking like, I think the week of President's Day for the community center is when we're going to interconnect. There'll be some remaining punch list items. I think they tore up some of the turf at the community center, and that's going to be really hard to repair right now during all this muddiness out there. So that might linger a little bit longer. The fences may stay up to prevent people from, further getting into that. But I believe the parking spaces have almost all reopened there, much to the happiness of the farmers market folks that were having to find different parking in an already constrained place. With the swim center and police department, we're hoping those projects can move forward this year. I could give more details, but let me know if you want the story on that.
The swim center is, I think, the bigger separate project also with the water boiler and
They're not linked, but there are. What we're trying to do is align the swim center with the replastering of the pool, because we're going to have to close down the pool at that point anyhow. And if we don't do it together, then we're going to have to like close down traffic on Johnson Avenue, and it'll add to the cost to that project. If we can align that, and that's looking like it might happen this fall, that'll bring down some of the cost as well. So that.
Is the heating for the swim center part of the Sister Co?
That is going to be a separate project. There's another company whose name I'm blanking on right now. We're trying to find a way to do that more economically than the $2 million project that we did with Wildan previously. It does, yeah, it does. Okay. But so to continue on the solar part before I totally lose my train of thought, I've been working 14 hours at this point. I think you're all sympathetic too, because you've all been up all day and working also. But there were going to be substation upgrades that were needed from that, but our project took so long that somebody else took care of those for us. So now we're moving full speed ahead on the swim center, which is exciting. And the police department needed a transformer upgrade. And I think we're all but decided on a new location for that. That looks like that's going to be feasible. We've already started the pulling permits on that one. So we're if it works to align those for the mobilization and demobilization kind of concurrent, like we did for the community center and the sports field, we're going to try and make that happen for those two projects. And floating solar is still going away. We're approaching our 60% design on that. We had to do some redesign due to feedback we got from the Marin Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District. And that we needed to amend the agreement, and that's going to be coming to council at the February 26th agenda. And I think that's all my brain has capacity for at this point.
This meeting is adjourned at 10:37 p.m.
Thank you.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.